am chair of the committee. Also on the committee, we have Erica Olson, Bob Ely, Cormac Flynn, and Katie Bordenaro. So I'm taking the applications out of order. I will call up the application. You can come up and please speak up here. There are microphones. We need to use the microphones. Everybody needs to use the microphones, committee and public. When I call on the applicant, they will go through their application. They will be addressing the committee. The committee will then ask any questions. Once we're done with the committee, we will go to the public. Again, if you're here from the public and wish to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to us up here. If you didn't think you were going to speak, but you feel compelled to speak, just when I ask for the public, speak and then hand us the speaker card afterwards. Once we've heard from the public, we will go back to the applicant for any comments, and that's it. Please address everything to the committee. Please speak respectfully to us, to each other about the applications, and use the microphone. I think that's it. There are agendas in the back. And okay, so the first application is going to be Xandra Hospitality LLC, doing business as Kabin, I'm sorry, 300 Spring Street. This is an on-premise tavern, and it's a change in method of operation. Just with the microphones, you need to speak like right into them, so whichever one is easiest for you and you can pull it out.
Okay. Hi. I'm Alex Tangent. I'm the owner of Kabin.
And I'm her partner and fiance.
We opened Kabin 1 year ago as a Nordic-inspired cocktail bar with food. We're basically just trying to extend our hours of operation to the morning and doing a coffee service, starting at 7 a.m. with waffles.
Okay, so that's the only difference is you're opening at 7 a.m. You close at 12 during the week, 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. There's no outdoor seating?
No outdoor seating.
No outdoor seating. And there's no roadbed seating, 12 private parties a year?
Yeah.
And no alcohol. Oh, that was what I was going to ask. Will you do no alcohol before noon or before 11 or, I mean?
Yeah, we weren't
one?
planning to do any alcohol, no brunch deals, no anything.
No, okay, so just no alcohol before 11, I'll say. Okay,
Cool.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for me. It'll be the same stipulations as before with the change in hours. Does anybody from the committee have anything?
I just, hello, is this working? Okay, good. I just wanted to know, is the condominium the owner of your space? Who's your landlord?
We have a separate landlord. I think the condominium, everyone in the condominium owns their own condo and contributes to the common costs of the building. And then our landlord owns the retail space.
It's a separate ownership. Thank you. Just point of information.
And we have an email from the board of the condominium at the end.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Brian Pape has joined us on the committee. Okay, the next application is going to be Mahaniyam Inc., doing business as Home Molly at 28 7th Avenue. Send it to the office? Just to me? Okay, I'm not sure. Did it go to the office or no? They need to send this, it needs to go to the office, but if it was emailed, let's see, I have outreach, is that what you're saying? Yeah, from a while ago. Yeah, July 24th.
Sampa representative. I'm here for my INC doing business at Home Mali. It's going to be in the Thai restaurant. Applicant is Miss Pat is with me, and we all apply for full liquor license. And this is going to be Thai restaurant. And currently we're under renovations, and then we'll be open for grand opening will be around November and the early December. And hour of operation is going to be 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. And method of operation is going to be first floor is a 17 table and 44 seat. And mezzanine, we have a mezzanine, and then it's going to be the 10 table and then 36 seat. So total is going to be around 87 seat total. And we'll play background music only, and no backyard, no outdoor seating yet. And if you need it, and then we'll be come back to community board to discuss about the outdoor seating. If you have a question. And
Okay, and then do the doors open up in the front or no? Is it all fixed windows?
yes, all fixed on door.
So all doors will be closed to the
Yes, cool, correct, yes.
And there's no TVs,
We have, there's no TV,
background is
only background music only,
no DJ,
no DJ, no dancing, nothing.
none of that. Okay, I think, I know. So basically, the interior, you're changing tables and chairs around. the
Correct,
space,
yes.
so you're not installing any windows.
No,
The same. Okay, that's it for me. Does anybody, Katie?
Is this on?
yeah, I can.
Okay. Have you been in touch with either the Morton Street Block Association or the St.
Yes, we do.
Louis Place? Because what you,
We got approved and then they support, I attach the email on it.
oh, it's in this packet. I didn't see it this
Yeah,
afternoon.
there's a, you see that, and I attach the email from the day support. Yes.
Does anybody else have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this? I don't have any cards. Okay, I think that's it. Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, the next application is going to be 37 Hospitality Group, Inc. at 120 Christopher Street. This is an on-premise for a restaurant. C3, thank you. For SLA 1, I had it together enough that I wrote that all in there, but I didn't. I know.
I always try and help with format does it, so if I see it first.
Is everything the same as what you sent in? Yeah, I don't need it then. It's okay.
I don't need it either. Brian would like it.
Here, down here. Whichever one is, and there's a, just so everybody knows, on the stand, there is a dial midway down, so you can raise and lower the microphone.
There you go.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Maram Reddy, and I'm applying for a full liquor license at 120 Christopher Street. A little background, I own 122 Christopher Street, the North Fork restaurant. It's a full liquor license as well. This restaurant, I'm just taking over the DBA, actually. It exists. It's a Michelin star restaurant. We're keeping everything the same.
Okay, okay. So you're essentially buying, it's a transfer, or is it not a transfer?
No, it's not a transfer. I'm just
transfer.
doing the name, that's it.
Okay. Otherwise, it's completely,
Separate
no,
ownership.
se-
There's
separate,
nothing with the old owner.
okay. And the hours are,
5:30 to 10:30 for dinner.
and so that means everybody out at 10:30, is that what you mean, or no?
We don't serve after 10:30, but if they're sitting, they'll finish their last drink.
So what time does the place, because when we say the closing time, we mean
Midnight.
everybody out?
Midnight would be
Is that
12
what they? Yeah, that's what they had before.
correct.
Okay, so So your last seating is like at 10:30?
It's actually 9:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And private parties?
No,
No private parties. No TV?
no TV, background music. There's no outdoor seating. We plan on opening 5 days a week, maybe 6, depends upon business, but for now it's 5 days a week.
Okay. I'll just put, it was 7 days a week before, on just 7 days. If you don't want to open every day, you don't need to, but then you don't have to come back if you decide you want to be
That's fair.
open 6 days a
Okay.
week or something. Are there any operable doors and windows other than?
Just the main door.
Just the
There's
main door?
Nothing else. The
You'll
windows
keep
are
that
fixed.
closed at all times?
Yes.
Unless people come and go? Okay. And I think that's it for me. Does anybody on the committee have any questions?
There's, on this diagram, there's a door in the kitchen area that goes out. Where does that door lead?
It goes to the back here where all the garbage is stored for the building as well as other restaurants. There are 5 restaurants on that building, yeah.
Yes, yeah, yes. So your staff has to go out into that area regularly?
Yes,
Okay, but we don't want them going out, congregating out there, talking, smoking, only to put the garbage out and come right back in.
we plan on not opening that during service hours at all. It's just to take out the garbage in the evenings, end of service, and that's about it. We have no need to go there actually, other than just to.
There'll be a stipulation that just says no patron use, only for, or no patron, no staff use, no hanging, just strictly for access for the garbage.
For the garbage, yes.
Okay.
So do you think that going out, what time are they going to go out there, at midnight?
It's, that's why I think 10:30 is what I said when usually we'll go out, when service ends.
Okay, I mean, the
I-
neighbors,
I-
with the, there could be complaints from upstairs, and we're just trying to.
I completely
minimize that.
understand, and I don't imagine we're going to go there and make any ruckus or any noise over there. We don't allow patrons in there. It's not really accessible to them. They got to go through the kitchen, so it's not for them.
yeah.
So
I
it's
don't
more
think my
banging
staff is going
bottles, it's more banging bottles and that kind of a noise that would be,
to. I'll assure you that we won't make any more noise than necessary.
okay, okay.
Good, yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's the best we can do.
Yeah,
Just
I'll
be
honor
very
that.
vigilant.
okay. Anybody else from the committee have anything?
Yeah, yeah, this is, yeah. Okay, so on the site plan, it looks like the corner of Bedford and Christopher is darkened. Is
That's
that
my,
one-
that's my.
120
That's
Christopher.
122 Christopher Street. The corner is 122 Christopher Street. I think there was an error in how my attorney darkened that spot.
Okay, because the corner is North Fork or something.
That's
like
mine, yes,
That is yours.
yes.
That name doesn't appear anywhere.
The application's not for the North Fork. I also own it.
Oh,
They're 2 separate entities,
okay, so this floor plan
yes.
is for what space? It's not the
120, it's not the corner, it's the
No.
one next to it.
Next to it, okay. Yeah, it's not the scale because it's a very long, narrow store that used to be a hair salon or,
Oh, that is also 122 Christopher
nail
Street, the hair salon. It's a divided space. So I and the original hair salon share that same address. Now it's called Benji's Buns, I think. It's a new bakery that's opened over there.
so how many former spaces do you occupy?
I occupy one, the corner.
He is the restaurant on the corner. This is next door to it.
Correct. It's not
On
right next
Christopher
door
Street.
because
It's-
the
there's a
space
little-
is
that little
divided into 2.
space in
Correct,
between. It's a couple down
correct.
on
I
Christopher.
wish it was clearer. It's hard to figure out.
They're all in the same building, so. Do you want to just show Brian? Okay.
If it makes it easier, I can have that diagram drawn to scale again.
Why don't you
Why
just,
don't we
say-
just-
I
yeah.
mean,
I noticed that it was darkened, but yeah.
okay, does
I'll have it
anybody
resent.
else have anything? Is there anybody from the public here on this application? Okay, so you're familiar with our stipulations. We'll get you the stipulations. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
Thanks for coming. Okay, the next application is going to be Slicehaus LLC, doing business as Slicehaus at 30 Carmine Street. This is B2. Yeah, I do. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, how are you? My name is Nicholas Chada of Con Univer. We represent Slicehaus LLC, and I'm here with Tatiana and Augustino. So I know they were here last time and they discussed the opening of a more or less pizzeria that serves pizza, appetizers, and sandwiches, and they were seeking to open a beer and wine, or seeking a beer and wine liquor license. I know a lot of questions were discussed last time. I'm not sure if you want, I don't want to repeat everything if you guys had it last time, so if you guys have any questions, please let us know.
So I'll just, the hours are 11 to 11,
Correct.
correct? Okay. And so what the issue was last time was that there were no seats inside the restaurant, and you're required to have seating. So our questionnaire still says there are no seats. I'm just saying this, but the diagram shows the seats in it. So we have a diagram that shows the seats. And I think your liquor license application also says there's no seats. So they may question you about that because you need to have the seats. And so you'll be serving wine in cans and beer, I guess, in bottles
Also
or
in cans,
in cans.
bottles, yes,
Okay.
correct.
And you said a lot of that might be to go.
Correct, yes.
And so pizza does count as a food item. I checked. The email is in, so everybody can see it. So I think those were the concerns we have. There's no TVs, there's no outside, there's no music. And
Just background music.
there is background music, okay. And then there's no patrons downstairs.
No.
Okay. So that's it for me. Cormac?
I think, Madam Chair, there's also concern about the bathroom, but it looks like that's okay now. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's
No,
true.
She meant the diagram.
No, but I meant, but the bathroom, how do they access the bathroom? Because this was the other question we had last
Right,
time.
because you have to, it's existing counter, a prep, so they've removed a counter and a prep table so that you're not right at the food to go in and out of the bathroom, it looks like. I'm not sure it's ADA compliant with the drawing of the sink, but this is probably not to scale, so. If they can confirm that's ADA compliant. then-
Yeah, so the bathroom is actually not for patrons, it's only for employees.
Okay, so that's a problem.
So to address that, well, there's a couple things I want to cover regarding the bathroom. So this is a historical building, so they're unable to reconstruct or reconfigure the bathroom itself. That's why it may or may not be ADA compliant, but that's something that they cannot do, given the nature of the building. In terms of the bathroom itself, we were looking to send a letter to the State Liquor Authority of a restroom waiver request.
You won't get a restroom waiver. You will not, I mean, you can, they give a bathroom waiver for the 2-bathroom requirement, but they do not give a waiver for no bathrooms. You are required to have a bathroom.
So we have, there's a restaurant next door, Numero 28, and they've permitted us to allow patrons to use the
No,
bathroom.
that,
next door
no,
as well.
if they go out of business and that is, they don't allow you to do this anymore, it has to be reasonably accommodated.
I know, but
Going
they,
to another business is not reasonably accommodated.
so the issue with that is, and I understand what you're saying, but the issue is that, again, it's a historical building, so they by law cannot reconfigure.
But there used to
building
be,
itself.
you can reconfigure your kitchen so that somebody can walk by there and get to the bathroom and have it be enclosed. There
So-
used to be something here before, but you cannot, the way this is laid out, it doesn't work.
So what we could do is we could reconfigure the counter or put wheels on the bottom so it is movable, but I do want to add that the door itself, if you physically can't fit a wheelchair in,
That, I'm not going to
So
have the
that's-
argument about the wheelchair accessibility. I mean,
that's
that, I'll leave that to, but you need to be able to access, patrons need to be able to access the bathroom, and the kitchen needs to be closed off from the patrons.
so also with,
Yeah, go ahead, Carter.
For the bathroom waivers, they're typically had examples. But like, let's say for example, in the Rockaway, and you're in one of the you're allowed to share bathroom in those situations, but not utilizing another business.
so I had done some research, and SLA advisory number 2022-24 in section 48.4 D2 of the authority's rules do state that you're allowed to request and, could potentially get approved for a restroom waiver, so long as the facilities are adjacent, which is what numero 28 is, and or within close proximity of the premise, and as long as you're granted, obviously, permission.
That's fine.
Which,
I mean, that's fine. Our position is you shouldn't be using another business's bathroom, and that's something that we'll request licensing to have it called up before the members, and they can make the determination.
I mean, there's plenty of other restaurants with.
That's fine, but
don't
I,
have
again, I'm
patrons
saying,
bathroom.
I think that our board's position has been very consistently, you can't use another business's bathroom to meet that requirement in these types of cases, and we're welcome to go before the members of the authority and they can determine that, but that's been our position consistently over a number of applications over the years. We'll discuss it as a committee again, but that's been our position, is that one business shouldn't be reliant on another business to have their patrons use the bathroom.
I mean, there are restaurants that I know of within the community board too that do not allow patrons access to bathrooms.
Oh, that may be, but that's not legal if you have a liquor license.
With less than
Well,
19
well, we also have
But
than
the less than 19 seats is a city requirement. It is not a state liquor authority requirement. Those are two different requirements. If you don't have a liquor license, that's true. You aren't required to have a patron bathroom. But if you have any type of liquor license, you're required to have access to a patron bathroom.
So even, because I mean, not to keep going back to that one restaurant, but they not only have a liquor license, but they also don't allow patrons to use that said bathroom.
All right, let us know and we'll file a complaint with the liquor authority. The biggest thing is in our community, we have a lack of public bathrooms. You shouldn't be selling anything to anybody if you can't accommodate the people who come to our community with a bathroom. I mean, that's a basic element without, that's a public interest, even though this isn't public interest, it's a requirement. You should have a bathroom accessible to the public if you're selling drinks, if you're selling food. I mean, there's no public bathrooms here.
I mean, the intention is that it's going to be for takeout anyways. We're not expecting too many people to sit and dine regardless. But yes.
Yeah, so look, we're not, some of us here are not lawyers. I'm not here to litigate for the SLA, whatever. You want to go up to the SLA, you think that whatever, you are free to do that. What I think Carter's saying is that our experience has been, because others have tried this, is that the answer has always been no. We're just trying to give you the benefit of that information.
I appreciate
If you want to reject this, fine, regardless of whether they would say yes or no. One of the things we're telling you is that this board has consistently argued that it is not in the public interest for a serving establishment to not have a publicly accessible bathroom. And so we would not be supporting it in this case if you don't have one. And if in fact, as you say, it is impossible for whatever set of reasons to put a publicly accessible bathroom in that space, I have to tell you the truth, as a longtime board member, all you're saying to me is, this space is not an appropriate space for a liquor license, full stop.
Well, the previous occupiers of the property were a restaurant with a liquor license.
That doesn't mean that I think it's appropriate.
Well, that was
Also-
approved by your board.
They also had a different layout in here. I mean, that's what they did. They had the whole area laid out differently so that you could access the bathroom. You're not doing that. And I'm just going to say, based on everything that happened last month, I guess you're expecting a lot of income from the liquor sales because that's why I don't because you've reconfigured seats in order to get this, and most of your business is takeout. And so you're having to reconfigure everything in order to just be able to get this liquor license. It seems like a lot for a business that's primarily takeout pizza.
Sorry, I'm just going to speak here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're really here to add an experience to the community, and it's really about lifestyle, not just the pizza shop. We're happy to amend how many drinks we give per slice. If that can, it's really supposed to be 1 can of beer, 1 can of wine with your sliced pizza. It's not something, if we do have business coming in, we don't imagine people will be coming in waiting online to get a can of beer from us when there are many other places that they can do that. So we're hoping to bring lifestyle experience to the community, and we're really not trying to create an ambiance of disruption.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, my only point was just that you're having to go through a lot of hoops here in order to be able to sell your 1 can of wine or beer.
I know.
And you need to have a bathroom that's publicly accessible. I mean, that's what our committee is, we've always said that. We've been doing that for years. So
So
that's,
just one question, with a place like L'Antico Vinaio, for example, has a full liquor license with no bathroom, or liquor license without a bathroom available, how does that match with the community's expectations?
it's the same thing,
They're on 7th Avenue South, and we are in
a battle with them.
a battle with them about the way they provide, but we do not approve of what they're doing.
And
do not have our
neither does, just for the record, they may have a liquor license, but this has been called up for the liquor authority. They put a bathroom in, but they haven't put it in yet. But they were told by the liquor authority that they needed to do that. So, and that's an ongoing back and forth that's going on, but that was not permitted.
So again, just to make the point, the people who make the determination are 3 people. Those are the 3 members of the New York State Liquor Authority panel. And that's who we're going to ask that this be referred to over licensing to make determination on this. It's not complicated. And I'm fairly confident that they understand the concerns of the community board.
Absolutely.
That businesses here should be providing restroom facilities to their patrons, particularly when that's a requirement for the liquor authority. And the hardship that you're saying was overcome by the previous operator at this location is by your choice that you don't have access for the public to your bathroom. It is not by any factor in the building. There are design elements around that, and we've had multiple businesses that have reconfigured their spaces to create access to the bathrooms, because it's not uncommon that the bathroom is in the right or left corner of a long space in our community. That's not uncommon. People have built hallways, many other things.
And I completely agree, I understand, and because the bathroom has been grandfathered in, we actually
Again,
wouldn't.
I just want
the
to interrupt you for a
dimensions
second.
just,
The previous operator had patron access for the bathroom, period.
Same
It's
bathroom.
doable.
They had patron access.
Your design choice has created a hardship. That's a self-created hardship.
Just one question. If we're able to create a movable counter space that would allow patrons access without disrupting the current.
Right now, what we have in front of us is the layout we have in front of us.
I know.
So,
I'm
so that's what
asking-
that's what we're discussing.
I'm just asking for.
That you could send a new layout. You already have your temporary license, don't you? You've already filed the application with the liquor authority?
Well, no, we said that we would wait until we were
But I
seen with the
think you
board
already have a
first.
temporary license. I think you've already filed. Have you not filed?
No.
You have a pending license. You may not have your temporary, but you filed 7/28/25. So it's filed with them. This is when we have to weigh in on that.
Just to go back to my previous question, I'm just seeking guidance. So, of course, obviously, we want to make sure we follow what you guys have previously held. But would a movable counter space, do you think that would work? Yes or no? I just wanted to
You
find
have,
out.
the kitchen area needs to be separated. It's not a matter of moving the counter up. It's a matter of separating your whole food prep area from the public. That little counter you're talking about, you could lift that, but it looks like the whole kitchen area is open, so someone would essentially be walking through the kitchen area to get to that bathroom. Whereas before, if you look at the documents you supplied us from what the other people had, it was separated off, it was closed off. So I don't know, I'm not the architect here, but go ahead, Cormac, and we're done.
I mean, I think the main thing is what she's, one of the things, I don't want to say what Donna's trying to say, but what I'm taking from this is we're clear on what our position is on bathrooms, on what needs to be happen there. A scheme for movable counter or something like that, we don't know because we'd have to debate it. We don't know where the committee would come out on that. There may be some people okay with it, maybe some people are not about our recommendations, so we can't really speak to that, right? And I can speak to it for myself, but that seems non-productive at this point, so I think we should move on.
I think that, is there anybody here from the public on this one? Okay, I think that does it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the next one is going to be Happy Cooking LLC, doing business as Joseph Leonard, 170 Waverly Place. This is an alteration for the interior and the exterior. It's E3. I think is Leslie.
Is this?
E3, E2. Sorry. And then we'll go to E3, and then we'll go to E4.
Which one did you call down on, sir?
Happy Cooking was first. Anything different?
Not from what was said to the second. I'm sorry, guys, we got it. Sorry, shit. Good evening, everyone. How are you? Introduce yourself.
Good evening. Good evening. Hi. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Happy Thursday.
Okay.
My name is Gabriel, and I've stood in front of you all for the last 16 years.
Yeah.
It's good to see you again.
Is that microphone on? I guess it's working. Okay, go ahead.
So we filed our application for the sidewalk, and during the process of it, we discovered there were certain updates that we needed to make.
Okay.
So we're including everything into the same application. Specifically, on Happy Cooking, we're reconfiguring, we're reconfiguring the seating, and we're changing the bar shape,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, the outdoor dining.
Okay, so basically the interior number of seats you're adding 3 seats, tables and 1 at the bar about. It's basically essentially staying.
Right, what happened was when COVID came and everything got all moved around because there was no interior, we found actually a better configuration. So
Okay,
we started using that.
okay. And then for the outside, you're adding What are you adding?
10 seats.
10 seats, so 3
Sidewalk.
tables and 6 on Grove on the sidewalk and 2 tables and 4 seats on Waverly.
Correct.
Okay. And you have an 8-foot clear path on both. So, and you can serve from inside that. Okay, so the one thing is that are there planters blocking off the access to get into the service area of the sidewalk on this one?
Planters blocking the access.
Well, in other words, can you walk out the door on the corner and walk into your sidewalk cafe area? Or are there planters there decorating the corner that prevent you from walking into the sidewalk area?
We have planters on the corner, but I don't believe it impedes on our ability to maintain the 8-foot clearance.
I'm not talking about the clearance, I'm talking about your wait staff going in there.
Yeah.
So they,
We do have planters on the corner.
okay, the wait staff needs to be able to access that area directly, not from the sidewalk, not from in between your stanchions, but from walking out the door and going into that sidewalk area,
Okay.
not tripping over the plants that are there.
No problem.
Okay, because that's not how it is now, I don't believe. Right, so you can't do it, well, but he's not complying.
But it will be tonight.
You're supposed to be complying since last
Agreed,
September,
agreed.
and
If
all the
something to us
service.
That we did wrong, we will correct it immediately.
Okay, well, just for everybody, the rules say all the service is supposed to happen inside the sidewalk cafe or the roadbed and not from the sidewalk. So that means everything needs to be accessed in there, and the public sidewalk is not taken over by wait staff, bus stations, or host stations. So that will bring me to my next,
Oh, wait, Donna.
I'm happy to move those planters tonight.
okay, good. So that's one thing solved. Then the next question I had was on the document. It says that you're going to have the bus stations. You didn't agree to not having the bus stations or host stands outside.
Which document?
On this one, on our addendum where it says, we'll agree there will be no host stands, bus or service stations on the sidewalk or in the roadbed, that is checked no.
That is correct.
Okay, so, give me one second. Let's go to the next page. So that's not in accordance with the rules and regulations. Department of
Rules and
Health outdoor
regulations of
dining, Department of Health outdoor dining, New York City Department of Health operating a restaurant outdoor dining. You may not process food or store food, utensils, or food equipment in the outdoor dining setup.
The box that I checked said host stand. Host stand
No,
doesn't
it
have
says,
food.
no, it
Well,
says,
the
well, the
box that
host
I
stand
checked-
isn't supposed to be out on the sidewalk either, because that's a public sidewalk. It's not the sidewalk for the host stand. It has to be within either your sidewalk cafe or within your place, but not out on our public sidewalk.
No, it would be within my sidewalk cafe.
Inside the sidewalk cafe, inside where the planters are, inside where the
Yep.
tables are, not sitting out on the entry to the
That is-
sidewalk cafe.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's where it would be, within our sidewalk cafe.
Okay, so
Via
then,
host stand.
so then it's a mistake that that box is checked off no.
Maybe I didn't understand the question.
We'll agree that there will be no host stands, bus or service stations on the sidewalk or in the roadbed.
Clearly, that's a mistake. Should be it.
Okay,
When I read on the sidewalk, I assumed we were talking about within my sidewalk cafe.
no, because it didn't say within your sidewalk cafe, it said on the sidewalk, the
didn't
same way it
understand-
says
I
that
didn't
with the
understand the question.
service. Okay, that's fine, all right.
Yeah.
So that also
Sometimes-
applies,
Sometimes we put the host stand right outside the door within our sidewalk cafe.
so it has to be within the sidewalk cafe so people can enter and exit the restaurant, because what happens all the time is everybody stands outside waiting to get in the restaurant, and the sidewalk is then therefore congested with everybody talking to the hostess outside instead of inside where they should be talking to the hostess or hostman or
I
whoever.
understand.
Okay, and then,
box
so that
is-
also,
I understood that question incorrectly.
okay, so then that also means that there shouldn't be just the bus stations outside in the sidewalk as well.
Well, no food, but if we have
No,
silverware
no,
or
all right, let me
napkins-
keep reading. You may not process food or store food, utensils, or food equipment in the outdoor dining section. Then, New York Health Code Article 81, utensils means any tableware such as knives, forks, spoons, glasses, cups, dishes, and the like, and kitchenware, implements, or containers used for storage, preparation, transfer, conveyance, or service of food. That's all linked to on the Department of Health Outdoor Dining if anybody bothers to go and read it. And if you need me to share the links, I am more than happy to do so, but that's what that means.
Yes, we've been inspected by the Department of Health.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you were going to. No, I mean, the boxes comply with the rules, and that's the rule, so that's what I'm asking you to
For
do if you
this
want to be serving
application, For
outside.
this application, there is no service station outside. There is no bus station outside. Occasionally, we put the host stand outside.
Okay.
It does not have any food. It does not have any
Okay,
silverware.
that's different than
and
the
it's
host
within our
stand.
sidewalk cafe.
Okay, so then that's just
So
the host stand.
The way that I understood this question was incorrect.
Okay, so that's that.
I apologize for not understanding the question right.
Maybe I need to write it differently. I'm open to language.
Turn was out of the country. We were doing it remotely.
Woo, woo.
We don't have any silverware or any food, or it's occasionally
Okay,
the host.
just so everybody's aware, that is what the rules and regulations state. Okay, so moving on from that, and then the next box that is not checked off is closing at 10 o'clock. And I understand that you may not want to do that, but CB2 is asking all the applicants who had no prior stipulations with CB2 regarding outdoor seating, either under the old Sidewalk Cafe program or the new DOT Dining Out New York City program, to close at 10 o'clock for now. They can always come back. We would like to see the program roll out. We would like to see the impacts on the community from everybody having places that were not allowed to have outdoor seating before. So I'm just going to ask here if you would agree to close at 10 o'clock. You can always come back in the future, once this is rolled out, to extend your hours.
I would prefer to be open later because.
That's not what I asked. I asked, would you agree to close at 10 o'clock, not what you prefer. Of course you prefer to be open later.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay.
I would prefer to be open later because closing at 10 o'clock would mean the last time we can seat somebody is at 8 o'clock. And that would cut off our dinner service hours right at prime time. So I would prefer to be open later because if we can be open later, it allows me to seat people at 9 o'clock and they can enjoy a normal dinner. And that's our prime time. I would be happy to close at 10 o'clock maybe on Sunday or Monday, but on the later days of the week, I would prefer to be open later.
Okay. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, Gabe, so just I'm dealing with the Waverly Place side. You have on your diagram here, 2 tables, two tops, so only 4 seats. And all the, from everything I have, including the picture you provided with us, it's 1 table with 4 seats.
Yes.
And to the life of me, I don't know how you would fit 2 tables into that little space where if you open up that door, the basement door on the sidewalk. I mean, are you really saying 1 table with 4 seats, or are you really going to put in 2 and 2?
So when we have spoken with all of our representatives at Department of Transportation, when we made the application, we asked the same question. We said, are we allowed to have 1 table of 4 or 2 tables of 2? And they informed us, as long as you're within your sidewalk cafe, you have some flexibility here. So we did try setting up 2 small tables of 2, and we thought that it was a little bit tight also. And that was after we'd already submitted this application with the DOT, and we found that 1 table for 4 is more comfortable.
Okay, and then you also have a lot of 2 tables for 2 on the other side. Is that the same case there, or are we going to stick with the tables for 2?
We have 3 tables for 2 in the photos, and
Okay.
that's what we fit there.
Yeah, I'm seeing other photos from other years where you got four people sitting at those tables. And
Oh,
not
in
2.
other years, we even had a roadway cafe. I mean, we've
Okay.
changed it since the past years.
So going forward, it's going to be 2 tops there.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So the one place which will be different, which will be the Waverly Place side.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Bob. The table on Waverly Place is right next to a residential entry. I thought it had to be 5 feet away.
We have applied with Department of Transportation, and Department of Transportation has approved our application as is shown.
I don't see that you put the Waverly Place residential entry on your diagram, so I don't know that they understood that you had a staircase right there. Your diagram doesn't note that.
Anybody else? Okay. I think we have people from the public here on this. Yes? Let's see. Leslie?
Leslie Clark with West Village Residents. I think you already have seen the photograph that I sent you this afternoon, and which shows the issue that you raised, which is that the barrier on the Waverly Street side is pretty much right up against the table. It's hard to imagine that they were able to get to within the barrier without going into the pedestrian clear path. It's hard to imagine that they can actually serve from within the barrier. And it looks to me, from that photograph and from when I walk by, that there is no 3-foot ADA compliance on that side. Thank you.
Waverly side. On the Waverly side, there should be plenty of room for that. Okay. Okay. If that's it on that one, I think. No? Right. Okay. That's it on that one. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. Will be George Marcel LLC doing business as Fairfax at 234 West 4th. Definitely take that back. Go ahead, take it.
Sorry.
Is that it?
No,
Okay,
it's just
take
Slicehaus.
that. Yeah.
Sorry,
Make
thank
sure
you.
you don't do, I blacked it
know,
out,
yeah.
but please don't. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You too. Okay, go ahead.
Basically the same thing.
Hello again.
Hi, okay, so basically the same thing.
Yes.
Tables and chairs almost stays, I think you're adding 4 seats at the bar and 1 seat at the tables, or basically it's essentially
More
Basically,
on,
it's the same.
the same thing.
on the interior, yes.
Okay. And then, all right, so I did have, this is open from, I did have one question on the questionnaire. It's open till 11 o'clock, which days, and 12 o'clock, which days? Because the questionnaire says it closes at 11 on Saturday, and I can't believe that is that the case? No.
No, I thought from our conversation,
I picked that up today, and we had a conversation about it.
Okay, so what is
We
it?
walked away with a different understanding. You wanted to change to 12?
yes.
Should be 12.
It should have been 12, right? So it
Go ahead,
closes,
I'm saying, why is this?
it closes 11 Sunday to Wednesday and 12 Thursday through Saturday.
Correct.
Okay, that's made more sense to me.
No,
Yeah, hold on. No,
closes
it's 12 only on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Right, that's what I
It's
just
12?
said.
Yeah.
It's
So-
11 Sunday to Wednesday and 12 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Which means Tuesday is mislabeled on here. Tuesday says 12.
Right.
Tuesday
Yeah,
should
they're
go
all,
down,
everything is,
and
yeah,
Saturday should
yeah.
go up.
It's just, yeah, that's what I figured.
we're figuring the hours.
Right. The days of the week, too. French doors close at 10?
Yes.
Okay, and I think that's it on that. So,
It's not even French doors. It's a regular. It's
Opera.
one door.
it's
but-
one door, okay. So then to the outdoor seating, I'll just start with, what? Go ahead, Carter, sorry.
I mean, the stipulations say 12 a.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, That's
Just
fine.
pointing this out.
No,
'cause
then
that,
that's
you know,
fine.
and
I mean,
I mean, that's,
if that's what it, I don't have that in front of me, so.
I don't serve as late as I used to.
I just don't want to take something away that.
Do you want the, I mean, you had 12 o'clock, so, I mean, there's no reason,
Keep it.
doesn't mean you
Sure,
have to
keep
stay
keep
open.
it. I close earlier, but you can keep it at 12.
I may want to come by late one night.
Okay, thanks, Carter. Anything else? No. Okay. All right, so then West 4th Street, the sidewalk is not 3 feet wide, which is not ADA compliant. So that's my remark on West 4th Street. It's 2 feet 9 inches. And then the other issue I have from the diagram is if you walk out the door and you go down West 10th Street, you've got the planters there, so you can remove those planters so that the wait staff can get in to the sidewalk cafe, because that's how they need to get into the sidewalk cafe. But then the next issue that comes up maybe is they need to be able to service that table, the far table, by walking through your sidewalk cafe.
Or which street?
10th Street?
On 10th Street, the far table that's by the hatch.
Yes.
Yes.
If we move the planters, as you said, which I'm happy to do, then we can reconfigure our barricades where we have 9.5-foot clearance from the tree pit. We'd be able to create a passageway for somebody.
Of a foot and
to
a
stay
half in there
parallel
so they can
to the
stay
building.
in there.
Yep.
Okay, okay. So that solves that one. So the one that's not solved is the other one. Okay, and then the same remark about the host station bus stands, all of that needs to,
I answered the question
right, before.
incorrectly on every application.
Okay, so we're clear on that.
Yep.
And then the 10 o'clock, I'm going to say the same thing for all of them.
I hear you.
I don't know if you'll adjust your answer by the time we get to the third one or not.
I would say the same thing. I would be happy to close earlier on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but the ability to stay open later the rest of the week allows me to see people at 8:30 or 9 o'clock and then be able to enjoy a normal dinner time.
Okay. And I'll just say the same thing. We've been asking everybody to close at 10 for now, so we can see.
I understand.
Okay. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything else? Okay, Leslie? What? Go ahead, Katie.
The same problem exists. You have your
Sorry, Katie, which street are you
10th Street. I'm looking at the 10th Street diagram. The 10th Street diagram does not show, well, it says primary building entrance, but I walked by here on my way tonight. The table is the last table, or the westernmost table on 10th Street, is right up against the residential building, the residential entrance.
No, it's not right up against the residential entrance. It's right up against the sidewalk hatch for the.
Excuse me, here's the picture that I took today, this at 6 o'clock.
Yep. I see it from here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That should be shifted to the right.
Okay,
And
so-
I will make sure that that gets shifted to the right. It shouldn't be
Okay.
that far left. It should be
After-
on the opposite side of that sidewalk hatch.
While I was taking that picture, the waiter came out of Fairfax to bring food to people on 10th Street, and he walked on the sidewalk. And you can see in this picture why he had to walk on the sidewalk. I think he did anyway, but one of your patrons had his feet in the service corridor. So he politely walked around the patron, and he's on the sidewalk. It's a very busy corner, as you know, I don't have to tell you. So it's not, they're not able to serve from within the barrier. They're not able to,
Oh, they are, if that guy moves his feet in, right?
yeah, it's,
And I have an idea for another way to make a solution, which is if I change the way the chairs are faced, instead of people facing out very European style, I can have them facing each other, and then their feet won't be sticking out, and it'll clear up the corridor for walking.
Well, these people are facing each other tonight.
I can shift the configuration of the chairs.
Okay, well, you have to because,
I would be
yeah,
happy
The
to.
way they may have to ask the person to move his feet.
I think that's,
Cormac?
Yeah, and if I could just take the opportunity, it's not specifically about you, Gabe, or this place, but speaking for myself, this is one of the reasons why I'm really hard line about this having enough space, because the space called for in the law is already a kind of fiction compared to reality on the ground. So that's why we have to at least maintain it, which you are finding ways to do, so.
And we'll continue to, as I've tried to be a responsible operator.
No real surprise that, or reality really is, right?
Brian?
Well, I just wanted to, no, no. I just wanted to commend you on the fact that you do have barriers out there, and you have had for quite a while, at least. That's a whole lot better than most operators in the neighborhood. And so thank you for having those barriers, and it sounds like we're just working out the details, but at least it's a good start.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, anybody else from the committee? Leslie?
Again, Leslie Clark with West Village Residents. I happen to know this one really well because I live right over it. So I see it all the time. And what Katie Bordenaro saw tonight is what happens every day, which is that if you just look at the math here, you have an 11-foot sidewalk. Even with the barrier, the tables are right inside there. There is not an ADA line, service aisle on either 10th or on West 4th. The only way for the waiters to serve is to go into the pedestrian clear path. It happens all day, every day. It's just math. Even on the 10th Street side, where there's a 12-foot, 8 feet, 12 minus 8 is 4. Minus 3 for the ADA law, which everyone seems to think doesn't exist. That gives you 1 foot, and they are serving a lot more people than 1 foot on both sides. I'm sorry to keep repeating this, but it's a federal law, and every single day it is simply just not looked at. Also, within the roadway shed, there is not 3 feet between the tables, so the same ADA law applies within the shed. And it is also, there is no room there for the ADA 36 inches, which is required in guidelines put out by the mayor's office for people with disabilities. And it specifically says in those guidelines for outdoor dining by the mayor's office for people with disabilities. Not something that anybody's making up here. As for the 10 o'clock time, I live over that. I'd like to see it stop at 10 o'clock. That noise goes directly into my bedroom and my living room. I think as a gesture of, just to be decent to the neighbors, it should close outdoors at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? No. All right. Committee? Yes, there's one more. Penmanship LLC, doing business at Jeffries at 172 Waverly.
Sorry to everyone else.
Please.
Okay, so same thing on this one. It's 11 p.m., 7 days a week. Is that correct?
Find out where this is. I apologize. No.
No.
This would be 12 a.m., Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
This is normal change.
And then 11 p.m., Sunday through Wednesday.
Probably had 6 to 12 though, right, Claude?
Carter.
I think this was pre-Stips.
Carter's
I
looking.
think this was pre-Stips. I
It
think this
might
was
have been.
15 years ago.
Yeah,
This was pre-Stips.
this was pre-stip.
Joseph Leonard turned 16 on Monday, and Jeffrey's Grocery will turn 15 in October.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, so we're 11 o'clock, Sunday to Wednesday, 12 o'clock, Thursday to Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't write down really what's going on the inside. On this one, it's essentially the same. You might be either gaining 2 chairs or losing 2 chairs, one or the other. Okay, so that's,
Yes.
Updating the app.
yeah, right, okay. And,
We're here for an alteration, might as well do it.
right, okay, so then for the outdoor seating, there is, okay, Christopher Street, same thing, it's not ADA compliant, and basically the same thing on Waverly is only 3 feet. I don't know how. That one's iffy. I mean, the first chair could be ADA compliant, and then nobody can get past it once it's there. Because on Christopher Street, it's only 2.5 feet wide, so that's not 36 inches. 36 inches is just 36 inches. So that's my comments on that one. We've already gone through the bus stands, and we've already, 10 o'clock, we're asking for 10 o'clock closing. You prefer not to?
I feel the same. I'll happily do it on Sunday and Monday, and Tuesday.
Sunday to Tuesday. So all of them, you're okay with 10 o'clock Sunday to Tuesday. You want 12 o'clock the other days?
Yes.
Just to be consistent, just so we know. The committee, just so you know, has been very consistent with our ask. So I'm just letting you know that. Okay. Anybody from the committee? Katie?
No, I don't want to preempt you on the, okay. Yeah, so looking at the photos that you provided, we appear to have the 5 foot from the entranceway issue again on the Christopher Street side. Am I correct in that?
It's where the number.
So we do need the 5 foot clearance there. And obviously there are, I'll let Don do that, but did you mention the hedges and planters again? Because it's the same.
Didn't, but it's the same thing with the hedges and the planters that are lovely, but your wait staff needs to be able to get into the sidewalk cafe without coming into the sidewalks.
As I've responded to the other ones, we're happy to move those planters.
Anybody else? Katie, did you
I'll
have
just
anything?
say a couple of things. First of all, thank you for removing the tables and chairs from the furnishing zone. And I appreciate I've noticed, because I walk on that block constantly, the nice barriers that you've put up, branded barriers. And that's a big improvement for people who are walking in the area. I have a garden, but they're a little big even for me. So you're going to move, reviewing, you're going to move that table off the 5 feet, so you're not encroaching on the Christopher Street residential entrance. That's done. And what are we doing about the fact that there's not enough room to serve in the 2.5 feet? You only have 2.5 feet service on Christopher Street?
I think we can navigate it with our wait staff and a table configuration.
It's not, it's not ADA accessible. We can talk about it in business. I mean, it's just not ADA accessible even for a chair to sit there and it, you know. I mean, I guess if the other side is ADA accessible, you have but I don't even know if the other side is, we'll talk about it in business.
Yeah, I mean, my response to that is we've been in business for 15, 16 years, and one thing that I have staked my reputation on is hospitality, and if somebody comes in that is handicapped or with a disability, we will always find a way to serve and accommodate, and we have in our past bent over backwards, and we'll continue to.
And I'll just say I appreciate that, but this is the outside, and you didn't have seating on the outside before, and you can't make the sidewalk any larger than it is. I mean, you're working within the confines of the side of the sidewalk, and so, okay, Cormac, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, somebody who helped work on the original drafting of the ADA and things. I appreciate that you're a good person with hospitality, you're great at it and all of that, right, kind of thing. That's not the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is that they shouldn't need to ask for the accommodation, because the spirit of the law is to create spaces where they don't need it, where they can navigate it themselves, because it's welcoming at all times to them. So.
Anybody else on the committee have anything? Leslie?
Again, Leslie Clark with West Village Residents. For the public record, I would just like to restate for this one what I've said before. This is a federal law. It is in guidelines for outdoor dining issued by the mayor's office for people with disabilities, that there is to be 36 inches. The mathematics of these sidewalks at this location do not allow that with the tables they have there now. Therefore, this is in violation of both the mayor's guidelines and federal law. And for this reason, we ask you to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Did you want to speak on this application? Yeah. Just do me a favor, state your name when you come up, and then when you're done, just fill out a speaker card in the back and hand it to me so I have it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kate Houlihan. I actually came here to talk on behalf of somebody else, but I live upstairs, so I just wanted to say on behalf of them.
What's your last name?
Kate Houlihan.
Okay.
And I live upstairs on top of Jeffrey's Grocery.
Talk to
I
us.
live on top of Jeffrey's Grocery, and I don't think there could be a better neighbor in a restaurant than they are. I think they are the most accommodating neighbors that there possibly are, and everybody that is there makes sure that they are kind to you, that the noise is never a problem when I literally live on top of them. I don't think there's anything that they are doing other than trying to be the best neighbors that you could be too. So
Okay,
just wanted to
great.
say that on behalf of them.
Thank you.
Can I just point out, we didn't know Kate was coming. We had no idea.
Okay.
Happy she did.
Happy. Okay, so I think that's us for it. Everybody? Yep. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next application is going to be Vivamo Partners LLC, doing business as Bar V at 1012 Morton Street. This is a class change and a change in method of operation, and this is item C8.
Sign your inner Shakira.
Do you need the menus?
Mark, are we?
I did bring 5 copies. That was what we were instructed to do. I also brought some documents.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Eleanor Schotten. I'm an attorney with Pazetsky and Bookman. With me this evening are the owners and operators. We've got Moritz, Veli, and Valeri this evening. Today we are here for a method of operation change and a change in class from the beer and wine license to a full liquor license.
The current hours of operation of the business are 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 2 p.m. to midnight Thursday through Saturday. We are proposing a change of 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Thursday, and 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. And then the full liquor license. And I'm happy to answer additional questions if you may have any.
Okay, and then you also have sidewalk seating,
There is sidewalk, but that's not part of this application. It's going to the DOT outdoor dining
So you're
group next
not
week. So that's not part of the application this
So you're
evening.
not putting that in as this, okay. Right, I mean, that's how but you are going to apply for it and you're going to come back for the
Yes,
4
I mean-
tables and 8 seats, so we are going to consider it while we're here because that's part of the public interest of the entire application.
Okay, we're just going
Okay.
to come back next week, but.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's a separate, you have to come back, the outdoor dining working group, here's those applications.
4 seats, not 8 seats.
Yeah, sorry, there should be 4 seats, not 8 seats outside.
4 seats,
Two
right,
tables with
sorry,
4 seats
2
total.
tables, 4 seats, right.
Correct.
Yeah, I read it wrong off of my piece of paper. So, and then, okay. This, I don't know, the sidewalk is barely wide enough. It's 2 feet, 2 inches is what you're left with for that sidewalk cafe area with the 8 feet. So that's not ADA compliant. So I think you heard what we just said to the other people, but that it's just, it's not ADA compliant and it's, yeah. Why they're doing it? Yeah, why? Why are you making the changes? Right.
Yeah, it's more like visual aspect, like attraction from the busiest street, which is Blicker. Our street is has not much foot traffic, and when people see at least 2 tables with some people sitting outside, in our opinion, it will draw more people in. It's very quiet street, so it's more like visual attraction towards to lure people towards our establishment.
Okay, so to the larger question, why the full liquor? You've barely been open a year, so why do you need the increase to full liquor and why do you need the increase in the hours?
Sure.
So the request for the full liquor license is that clientele has been requesting full liquor. We do have a full restaurant menu and a more robust menu. Clients are looking for aperitifs and digestives to enjoy with their meals that they're not able to do with just the beer and wine license. As for the increase in hours, when we were here last year, we did ask for midnight and we brought it down to 11 p.m. In order to make an agreement with the community. So we're just asking for the hours that we had originally applied for 11 months ago.
But what's the point of making an agreement with the community if you've come back within a year to undo the agreement that you made with the community?
Well, we've operated with no issues. We've had no complaints. There's been no issues with the way that we're operating. And we were told at the time when we made the concession of that hour that if we operated with no issues, that we would be able to come back before you and ask for that hour again. And that's what we're here to do.
Cormac.
Yeah, so I'm just rank and file committee member. I can't speak for the committee, but you could always come back. That's the process, right? It's always allowed to come back. Not a problem that you came back, but we're asking why and what's changed. Generally speaking, when we're going to change things like the hour, we ask why. Now, you have said, well, we've opened successfully. There haven't been any problems and things. I take that seriously. I take that aboard. Good. I think, speaking, and this is not for the committee, just for me, like when I say come back after you've built a track record, I don't generally feel like 11 months is a track record, right? I feel like a few years is a track record.
Understood.
But that's just speaking for myself, not the committee, but I just wanted to do that as a matter of information for you. Right?
No,
Okay,
understood.
thanks.
And Veli and Valeri do own another restaurant, Entwine, and they are experienced operators that have had multiple establishments. They have had significant good track records. They have not had any issues. In fact, I do believe some of the letters in support that we received from community members are the landlord of the building directly next door to Entwine, some of the residents that live on Morton Street, who've expressed interest in being able to have the later hours and be able to drink full liquor drinks and cocktails.
Does anybody from the committee have anything else right now? So I have a lot of people from the public, so I think it might be helpful to just hear from them. Okay, I'm going to go to the public. If everybody could just, let's see, Kate Houlihan, Katie Lefkowitz, David Gruber, just come on up. Beth Jaldieri, I'm sorry if I'm butchering names. Leslie Clark. Gordon, I think it says Gordon Wang, maybe? Wang, sorry. Valerie Snow. So just come on up, somebody come to the microphone and start speaking. If somebody has already said what you're going to say, try to just agree or keep it short. Somebody start.
Okay, I'm Leslie Clark with West Village Residents. I'm part of a group of 4 community organizations that met on Tuesday with the applicants. Our view is that this is a major ask of a residential street, 9 additional late night hours, full OP and outdoors. I'm not surprised there weren't any complaints before because they had an agreement with the neighbors, and this breaks that agreement with the neighbors. This is a very narrow residential street, and they want to be outdoors. This is a 10-foot sidewalk. You have, if you do ADA compliance here, you have -1 foot for a sidewalk cafe. And once again, I'll be boring on this subject. It is a federal law, and it is the mayor's office for people with disabilities on this issue. When we asked them if they would withdraw this application because it was not compliant, their answer was, our neighbors do it. That is not an answer. That is not an acceptable answer when what you're asking is to break the law and to make noise for your neighbors and to say it's part of a visual advertising. It is not visual advertising. It is harming the quality of life of your neighbors, some of whom are here. As far as the hours, again, these are late night hours, and when you go open till 2 a.m., people all leave at the same time and hang around on the sidewalk. These are not the right hours for a small residential street like this. As for the OP, their view was somebody asked for a martini, they want to be able to serve them a martini, and they can charge $22 instead of $16, and that is not in the public interest as it is required by law. I'd like to add that in this area, how many did I put down? There are 46 active licenses and 6 pending, and wanting to give a patron a martini and charge $6 extra for it is not in the public interest. I will defer now to the neighbors. I would just like to point out that that Entwine, which is the other place that they own on Washington Street, has been given a permanent outdoor license by the DOT, and they were given an inspection, which they failed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Galdieri. I'm representing the 13 Morton Street Condo Association, which is across the street from Bar V. I've been associated with this block for 34 years. Most of the owners, all the owners in our condo association are very long-time residents and owners, so we have a lot of experience seeing the neighborhood evolve. One of the things I want to reinforce is that this is not a referendum on what drinkers in the neighborhood think is a great idea, right? That doesn't represent the broad base of community interest that we're trying to represent. This is a very small historic block, residential block, very narrow, very short, in fact, that's sandwiched between 2 major commercial corridors, Bleecker Street and 7th Avenue South. The density of liquor licensing on those 2 corridors is phenomenal. The ability for the infiltration of the whole pub scene and with additional liquor licenses, net new OPs being issued would take over our street in a very short time. We experienced this in the past with bad operators on our street. I think some people in this room might remember Mad Morton and all the trouble that we had. This was drunken patrons pouring out onto a residential street at 2 a.m., stomping, screaming, fighting, It went on. And then the junkies roll in between 3 and 5, and literally you don't get any sleep at all. This is a residential neighborhood. We need community support to keep it the way it is. 9 months or 11 months ago, a small wine bar was deemed an appropriate use of this location. That's what's appropriate there. Late hours, full liquor licensing brings heavy drinkers, outdoor seating brings trash and noise. It's just too disruptive. And it's too soon to even consider something like this, but I don't think it's appropriate at any time. Thanks.
Yeah.
Beth, I'm sorry, I think you have a
Kathy, I
question.
didn't have a question. I just.
No, Beth.
Beth, sorry. I didn't have a question. I just wanted, in the future, please make sure you address to the committee, not.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Kathy Arnson, Central Village Block Association. I basically wanted to agree with what's been said. I'm not going to repeat it all. Especially the 2 a.m. closing is really inappropriate for this block and for the neighborhood, the other small streets surrounding. Most of the restaurants in our area close by 11 during the week and 12 on midnight. So the 2 a.m. is definitely out of the question. Yeah, that's it. And I'm not going to repeat everything everyone else said, but I agree with all of it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is David Gruber. I'm here as president of the Carmine Street Block Association. We met with the applicants 2 days ago. There were 9 people at the meeting, 5 from their side, 4 from the community side. They asked for 3, there were 3 asks, as you heard, longer hours on one of the most quiet residential R streets in the village. They wanted 2 tables, just 2, they said, because it's a flag, you know, show people that there's a restaurant, okay, which now you know is not ADA compliant. And then they wanted a full license, because we were told for a full OP that men don't like drinking wine, and the patrons are asking. I didn't know that, so that was educational for me. Patrons were asking to have cocktails. They were asking to have full liquor during the meal, and after the meal, they wanted an aperitif, and they couldn't service that, even though it was 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. I'm not sure what hours they have. So I had to send them somewhere else, and they're losing money. I don't know how many people are eating there that late who can't leave without having another drink of alcohol. That's their story. We tried to ask them what their priorities were of the asks. They said all, essentially, they're all interwoven, they told us, and they couldn't separate out the 2 or 3 or 1. And we talked about a service bar, taking out the stand-up bar that was dismissed out of hand. And so, which means that they're creating not a wine bar any longer, but a bar where people could come in, have a double vodka, and leave. They don't have to have dinner there. They keep saying they want to be a small neighborhood restaurant, and that's where their intentions and aiming for. When I hear the intention word, I always get nervous about what they're going to do. But if it was a restaurant they wanted, why didn't they just take out the bar and put some more tables in and talk about a service bar? They didn't want to talk about it. So these were very, very difficult neighbors for us. They want what they want. And I think they sent a letter, which we forwarded to you, saying that no reason to have to negotiate or talk to the neighbors about this. They'll make their case to you, the community board, because that's what the community board committee is, a place to their neighbors to come and talk and make their case. It wasn't important enough for them to deal with us. I imagine that if they don't get what they want here, you won't be important enough either, and they'll go to the SLA. We'll all be there, by the way. That's all I want to say, but I was disappointed that we couldn't work something out. We really tried. They were not, and they were not amenable to anything we had to say. Thank you.
Next.
Hello.
Yeah,
this good?
you have to talk close to it and
Okay,
start
sorry.
with your name.
My name is Valerie Snow. I am the general manager of Bar V, and I have been since before day one. I was at the meeting that David and Beth were speaking of, and I feel, I don't know, a little bit misrepresented there. Sorry, I took a couple notes. One thing is, I believe we are very respectful neighbors. We always have been. We've had no complaints. We are not trying to pivot into some sort of like cocktail bar or saloon or something like that. That's not what we're doing. These requests are truly just us trying to meet a demand from our already lovely customers. As far as what was said about like, you know, oh, we're going to be having people ordering double vodka sodas or something like that. It's really up to us as business operators to have integrity for the business and the vision that we, you know, that we want to be. And we have no desire to be some like rowdy NYU bar or something crazy like that. We started out as, we're going to be this wine bar. We realized really quickly, we've got to serve food. So we took a chance, we fleshed out the menu, and people responded in hand. And people come just to eat. And we love that. We want to serve food to people. And so, and what we are noticing, as David did say, that oftentimes we'll have, and this is what was said at the meeting, literally almost word from our sommelier. We often get dates. What will happen is the woman is happy to drink wine, the man wants a cocktail or he wants a beer. So rather than, you know, being able to serve him a $22 cocktail, we're serving him a $9 beer. You know, that is money left on the table. We're also finding that, you know, we can be serving food at midnight. People are coming in from the neighborhood saying, oh, is the kitchen still open? No, it's not, sorry. So again, it's truly just not us trying to become something different. It's truly just us trying to meet the demands of our customers that we already have. Yeah, we have a lot of integrity at Bar V. We really do. We've worked really, really hard to be a respectful member, and we love Morton Street. Our owner lives on Morton Street next door. Veli lives right next door. So we have a truly vested interest in this block. And yeah, I think that's it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, it's this one, right? Hi, I'm Kate Houlihan again. I came here to speak on behalf of this group because I am a frequent, because I am a frequent patron, and I think everything that was just said is the true nature of this restaurant. I have come here and Veli has introduced me to his culture through food. He is and as part of that, like I have learned about digestif as well. And I think that is something that is so unique about this place, that you come in there, they remember what you order, who you are. Even when I don't remember what I order and what I like, they remember my food allergies, which is something that's really important as somebody who struggles to go out to eat because of that. And they create community. When they talk about the integrity of this place, I think that is essential to who they are. And I think that has something to say about, we all know that if by applying for license, anything could happen, but what they are trying to be here is not a bar like that, but a place where you have community, or somebody like me who does work late wants to go in and have a glass of wine or some dinner later after work, just because hours aren't open right now, I can't do that. And so I do think that that is something that they are always going to be, no matter if they have later hours or a liquor license, that is part of who they are at their core. And I just wanted to speak on behalf of them there.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm Katie Lefkowitz. I live right above Bar V. And I will start by saying that I am a new mom of a 1.5-year-old. And nobody cares more about it being lovely and quiet on the street than somebody like me. And we have never had an issue. My baby sleeps right next to the window and has never had a challenge with noise at a Barbie. They don't attract that type of patron. And I can't imagine a world where they wouldn't continue to invite that type of a patron. And I know one of the other members of the public mentioned Mad Morton, which was a completely horrible situation for a lot of reasons. And I don't think that there is no overlap in the types of people that those two establishments are attracting. The other thing I'll say is, and I think about this a lot as a parent, we have a real drug issue specifically on that block of Morton Street, where, a lot of drug addicts coming from, specifically Washington Square Park, see this dark street. And the longer it's dark, the more inviting it really is. And I looked out my window for many years, kind of seeing that increase, and especially with some of the businesses going out of business. Since Barbie has been there, it's not that you don't ever see them, but you really do not see them as much. And I think it's because they're great stewards of the neighborhood. They're making sure that these people are getting out of there. So to me, the worst thing we could do, or the best thing we could do for that issue, is allow them to be open later so that there is a real establishment making sure that these people get out of the street. And to that end, on the point of the liquor license, we need them to be able to stay in business. We need them to be able to do what they do as business people, to provide what their customers need and want. And obviously, they've been able to attract a great number of people without a liquor license, which speaks to all of the qualities of the restaurant. But the worst thing, and the thing I honestly fear most, given who I am as a mom, is having that space be vacant, because it just attracts the worst kind of sorts of people and crime. So, yeah.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for everything you said and for coming tonight. And it's good to hear your experience with the place. I want to ask this thing about, so if you're having this major crime drug issue on the block of the residents, have you worked with the 6th precinct? Have you talked to, because our community board does a lot of work with trying to work on public safety issues. That seems really outside the realm of this committee. And I just want to make sure you're working on that, because this is not really the way to solve that problem.
Understood, and we call all the time, and they tell them to stop, and they tell them to leave, and they're on the stoop of 13 Morton, and they can't really do anything. They just, unless they're actively seeing them using drugs, which sometimes they are, they aren't empowered to do anything. So I appreciate that, but I actually think that deterrence through having commerce happen, not in a big way, but in a way on the street, really does help.
Perhaps it's not been always our experience everywhere.
Yeah.
But let me ask you something else about what you said.
Yeah.
And I know that you're a resident, you don't represent the place. Are you of the impression, have you understood somebody give the impression that they are not viable without this full liquor license?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I'm just,
Because you were talking about them needing to keep them in business, if they were about to go out of business or something.
Oh, no, and that is not my intention. I was just saying, as a business owner, they're seeing that their customers are asking for a martini.
Right. Profit maximization, but that's different than, like, I was afraid that you were talking about that they were on the edge. Okay.
No, I'm not.
All right, thank you.
Not at all. I just think we should do what we need to do to keep all of our restaurants. Thank you.
Okay.
Howdy.
Hi.
My name is Gordon Wands, W-A-N-D-S. I live at 228 West 4th Street. I've lived there since 1964. My family moved here because my dad was a painter, and so we wanted to move to the village. When I think of the village, I think of it as an artistic community. That's why people come and visit it. That's why we have so many bars and restaurants. I worked as a bartender for 20 years, and that allowed me to be a musician and not have to play in a wedding band. My father was a bartender since he moved here from Wisconsin, and that allowed him to be a fine arts painter. My younger brother worked 17 years at the Corner Bistro until he finally sold his first book, and he was allowed to be an actor and a writer because we all supported ourselves by going to these, what you have to say is it's community. A lot of bars are a communal thing. And so I just wanted to speak for the nature of the village. Has a lot to do with the artistic people that live in it, and that's why people come visit it. And most of us support ourselves by working in a restaurant or a bar. So please take that into consideration.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else here? I just want to make sure I've gotten everybody. I think I've gotten all my son. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening again. After hearing community feedback and participating in the conversations with different block associations, we would be willing to remove the outdoor seating and bring the hours down to 12 a.m. on the weeknights and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, but we would like the full liquor license. So the hours we would be requesting, instead of what I had originally mentioned being 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday, and 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, we would instead propose 12 a.m. on the weeknights, so Monday through Thursday, and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. They are currently 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 12 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
I just want to, I was looking at the questionnaire from last time, and it was midnight, 7 days a week was the original request, and it was reduced to 11 Sunday through Wednesday. It wasn't.
No, it was, yes, so the original ask was midnight all days, and I believe it was dropped down to 11 p.m. weekdays and midnight on the weekends.
No, it was originally midnight on the weekends, the request. It was just a reduction Sunday through Wednesday.
Okay.
But I had another question. I don't see any substantive food items on the menu that you provided to us, and there were substantive food items on the original.
I'm not sure whether you maybe got the wrong menu. I have.
I don't know. I'm just looking at.
You probably didn't have a. You only have appetizers. Yeah, there is another part.
Okay, so that's all right. Okay, thank you.
So yes, this is the appetizer page of the desserts, and then there's also the charcuterie and bar snacks.
Carter, are you done? Did you have anything else, or? Yeah.
And did you ever get a letter of no objection for the basement to have the kitchen there?
It should be in your file. We sent it. We sent it last year. Sorry.
It's just requested in the material, so okay.
Yeah, we sent it a long time ago. It should be there. If not, then.
Yeah, hey, I just want to circle around back to what we were talking about earlier about the 11-month, the time frame thing. So one of the things too, when we tell people to come back, like as Mr. Booth said at the beginning, of like what's different, what's changed. We ask, one of the things that often is a factor in this is that we've opened and we've been successful, and the community is now more open to it. Now, you have a few people over, and I've read the letters and things, very good things, but I'm still hearing significant community concern about this plan, including from some most sophisticated members of the community, and not just concern, but they're actively upset over the meetings that they had with you, which suggests to me that you haven't done that great at winning the community over to your place. And, that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying it's like that, just FYI, that's one of the kinds of things I look for as a board member in thinking about, oh, well, we can now give them something more. They can expand because the community's behind it or something like that, so.
Of course, and I think there may just have been a bit of miscommunication. The applicants reached out to the community, sent notices, and met with them, and they were under the impression that the meeting was to hear what the responses were from the community and internalize, and then we would be discussing it at greater length at this community board meeting, so everybody had an opportunity to participate. So I feel like it's been a bit of mischaracterization that they weren't willing to negotiate in advance when the whole point is to find out what's going on with the community.
The
and
point,
then-
just for future reference, it's really great if you meet with everybody from the community and hash this all out with the community. So you come here and you can say, we were able to agree on X, Y, and Z, and this is where we're still apart. Because now, you could have said to the community, 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., and then they could have said whether they're okay with that or not, and you could have hashed all that out. I'm not going to have everyone come back up here again because we are not going to sit here all night on this. So that's why we asked you not just to meet with them and tell them what you want to do, but hear from them and try to see where you can reach an alignment and where you can't. And the way it was left was there was no alignment. So that's...
We did talk to many neighbors at Morton Street, and if you look at the signature pages, for example,
Yeah.
there are like 17 neighbors who support us.
Yeah.
And there were four neighbors coming in for the meeting,
Well,
discussing it. So it's
well,
you
you
see
could have
how
had
many-
all of those people meet in a room together, and it's not just four neighbors, they're block associations representing a number of neighbors.
No, but
So,
I thought
so
there are many neighbors who want the place to be open longer to a full liquor license. So we didn't want to make a compromise before we come to this meeting here.
Right. I respect that. I understand what you're saying.
You saw the letters also.
We did. We saw the letters. We saw the signatures. We hear the testimony. There are people on this committee been here for decades. We know how to weigh the various kinds of input from community and look at it. I think all the chairwoman was saying is that just for future information, our process, we prefer that you work out the best you can with the people to get consensus first. And sometimes you can't, you get stuck, and then you come here with whatever, but that work be done before and not here. I understand your intention was not that, was to come here and work it out, but that's not the way this process works, is what I think she was saying for future reference.
Understood, we will implement that going forward in the future. That just was a misunderstanding.
does anybody have anything? So your hours, just so, there's no outdoor seating, there's no open street seating?
No.
No, okay, because
There's no outdoor seating.
And, well, yeah, what's the, so there's no plan for the future for outdoor seating?
During our meeting, association members expressed their concerns, so we accept, we understand, and we want to remove outside seating at this.
So you're never going to have outside seating?
As far as sidewalk, we're not going to do.
And
on the sidewalk, there is no space, like Wesley mentioned, and there is no point, and we don't want to do it. We don't want to we don't want to make it difficult for everybody around. So please.
And what about the roadbed or the open streets?
We don't have road beds. I think we are not. It's a fire lane or something. We were told last time. Yeah,
Okay,
it's just
it's in here, so that's why I'm asking that question.
There is not allowed the road. Yeah, there's a fire lane. I believe fire lane was told last year when we came, and we never even look into it. So.
Okay, so what you're asking for is the upgrade in the license. It's just going to say, just so we know what we're talking about at committee. It's been less than a year. And to increase the hours.
By 1 hour, so midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends.
Okay. Okay, and just that decrease in the hours was to work with the community.
Accommodate the neighbors.
Right, okay.
In addition to the removing of the outside.
Okay, all right. That's it, thank you.
Can I talk?
What?
Can I talk also? Because
yeah.
I'm also the resident in Morton Street. I live in Morton Street.
And your name and?
My name is Veli Sırt.
Okay, I just
And,
want the name. No, I've
I
got.
lived in 14 Morton Street for 10 years, and I lived in 2 years, 63rd Morton Street. And Morton is a street, especially like between Biliker and 7, after certain hours. Morton is a street right on the daily. The people can sit down and drink without any license or without any permit, all night long. They can get the brown bag, put the beer, and they can drink. Morton is the street. All the drug dealer can come out after certain hours, walk around, and they can do. Everybody knows here who lives in Morton Street. Morton is the street. People can also do the drug. So many mornings, I swept noodles. Morton is the street. Need a human being. This is the things that I can say, and rest we already talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Then that's it.
So just for the record, the junkies roll.
Wait, just speak into the microphone.
Here?
Either one, they both
Okay.
work, but you have to speak right next to it.
Just for the
And-
record,
and
the
state your name.
junkies roll in between 3 and 5 a.m.
Do me one favor, just state your name again.
Beth Galdieri.
Thank you.
Yeah, any operator open, till 1 or 2 doesn't put a dent in the junkie population because they don't roll in until 3 to 5 a.m. I know because they're under my windows every single night, and it's worse than it's ever been. So Bar V, for all their goodness, hasn't put a dent in that population or activity. Let's live in reality here.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
We're just not supportive of another OP on this
No,
block.
we heard you with that part. That part
the
we
late
heard.
nights.
We heard it. We heard it.
And you're either a restaurant or you're a bar.
We heard it. Okay. Okay, I think that does it. Got everybody? Yep. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, next one is, what, Katie wants a break? Okay, yeah, but that's gonna take 5 minutes. Oh, so she's just leaving, I'm not gonna break. Yeah. So the next one is Taco 94U LLC at 94 University Place. C9, thank you, Erica.
I didn't see you in video, so yeah, nice. Yes.
I want to just thank the community because this was put on at the last minute. Were able to speak with the community, and so I want to thank everybody involved for making those efforts.
Yes, hello again, everybody. Eleanor Schotten from Pazetsky and Bookman. I'm here for Taco 94U. With me this evening is the owner and operator, Santiago. Today we're here for an OP-Tavern application. This is a previously licensed space. Our proposed hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. We would have open windows, but we would stipulate to a certain closing time, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Okay, you close the doors at 9 p.m. What, Cormac? Can I go? Okay, close it.
To 9 o'clock.
Okay, I just. And then okay, so 12. You're not using the door on the corner?
No, we are going to be using the door that's further in on University.
Okay, you're not using that corner door at all?
No, that corner door will be egress, like exit.
Emergency
only.
exit only, okay. And then you have sidewalk seating on 12th Street?
So these are just prospective. We have not yet applied to DOT.
Right,
So-
but we're going to weigh the whole impact of the whole application, so you can come back when you actually apply or alert us when you apply, but we're going to discuss it now. So there's sidewalk seating on 12th Street on the sidewalk, that's what sidewalk seating is, and roadway seating
Correct.
on University
Correct,
Place.
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to just address the seating on 12th Street. It's a 13-foot sidewalk, and it's a 10-foot regional corridor, so that barely leaves you 3 feet, which I'm going to suggest that while we're discussing the public interest of this, you just remove the seating on 12th Street. I think so.
We'd be willing to remove those two sidewalks
Okay.
and just have the roadway.
And do you want to have, I'm assuming this is the owner with you?
Yes,
So you want to just introduce yourself and just say a few words about the restaurant?
Sure. Hi, this is Santiago Perez. I'm the owner of Taco 94U, which it's a trade name of Santo Taco. I own other restaurants in New York and elsewhere, including Cosme Atla in New York and Pujol in Mexico City, Damian in Los Angeles. So they're primarily fine dining restaurants. This is one of the first ventures we are doing a little bit more casual, but still characterized by the same quality and attention to hospitality that we're known for. So yeah, happy to be here.
Okay, great. Okay. I think and then the roadbed, you had 3 tables, 12 seats.
Correct.
As long as that will fit in
yes.
there, which I
Pending DOT
think that will fit there, yeah.
Those will be.
Just come up to the microphone, please.
When the time comes, applications in DOT, and I'm sure we're gonna discuss them.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
so-
just need to know what, because that all we take into account for the public interest of the application. And I guess I would ask, would you be willing to close that at 10 o'clock, any outdoor seating?
Yeah, that's totally.
Okay. Katie, go ahead.
Are they going to stip to no private parties as they?
I didn't ask them that.
You put in your application, no private parties? If you did, are you willing to put that in the stipulations?
I believe, that we weren't going to have any private parties.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. How do you define like a private party, like?
Closing out the whole restaurant. I mean, if somebody comes for a table, that's not, it's not that big a restaurant anyway.
Okay.
A whole
yeah.
buyout.
No, I mean, that's not the intention, so we're fine with it.
Okay. Okay, does anybody else from the committee have any questions right now? Okay, let's go to the public. Cheryl Granfield, Davide Gentile, come on up, speak.
Cheryl Granfield. I'm with the East 11th Street Block Association. I live around the corner on 11th Street from where this establishment is located. I want to thank the restaurant owner for reaching out to discuss the application, and I would like to go further and thank him for making all of the appropriate changes to get into compliance with the 200-foot rule that applies to this location. Everything that he has to say represents changes from the original application that we saw yesterday. And to my belief, they are in accordance with the mixed commercial and residential character of this location. The one thing I would ask is that the operator agree to not use the doors on 12th Street for patron entrance, again, because of the 200-foot rule requirements, and all of those doors that open out on that street are operable.
So they said they'd close them at 9, they'll only be to let air in and out, but the entrance and main exit will be on University, and we'll put a stipulation that says
So
that.
with those changes, I have no objections to this application.
Great, thank you. And
I'll just ask that you ask your managers to be, or that you
Right,
train
we'll
your
put that in
managers
there,
to
too.
know that that corner door and the 12th Street doors can't be used for patron entrance. And that the windows need
to
be
us,
closed
speak
at
to
9.
us, speak to us,
Sorry,
really.
I would ask that the operator train his managers to be aware that that corner door cannot be used for patron entrance and that the windows need to be closed at 9 p.m.
Okay. Got it. Davide?
I want to echo what Cheryl said, yeah, we had a call with the operator yesterday, and I had this thought after the call, and this may benefit you. I don't know. It's a little bit. There's a construction cost involved, but if I were you, I would look into the possibility of changing your secondary means of egress to those doors on 12th Street, recouping the space that the corner entrance gives for the enclosed sidewalk cafe, like closing it up and making it into dining space. And then I would install an ADA compliant ramp to the legal entrance, because the legal entrance currently has a 4-inch step up over a operable hatch. And I would make the ramp there and just turn this space permanently into, you know, the correct configuration for a licensable establishment. That would be, and you think you end up picking up an extra 2-top inside the enclosed sidewalk cafe. I'm just saying. Please, for the love of Mike, keep those windows closed late at night. We're having problems. This is unrelated to this applicant, but we're having problems with the PF Chang's. Or swinging those doors open.
Were there problems with this location before with the doors open late too, I think?
Not as bad as some of the other operators in the neighborhood, but yes.
Okay. Okay.
You know, this was never one of the 2 highlights, but it was not a quiet establishment.
Okay.
In the middle, whatever.
Great, thank you.
That's it, thank you.
Okay, thanks for
Just had
coming in.
a quick question for Davide.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are the kids old enough yet?
No, my younger, she got to get into middle school, man. I can't, I don't have time to brush my teeth. Sorry.
Come on, back up. So, are we?
I think we already agreed we will have the windows
Yeah.
still be closed at 9 p.m.
You all have each
Yeah,
other's contact
and I
information,
will,
so yeah.
take all these into consideration.
Yeah, it
ASAP.
sounds like he has
Like,
some
I
good
cannot
ideas
commit
for the
to
inside.
ramp, and we would need to,
Yeah.
but oh yeah, like of course. I mean,
As a follow-up,
Go ahead, Carter.
as a follow-up to something though that is real for that issue, I believe that you have to remove the exterior hardware on the corner door in order for it not to count as an entrance for the 200-foot rule. So that if that's going to be in fact removed, it can't have any exterior entry hardware on it.
Oh, you mean it can only have the pushable
Right.
thing?
It can't have
I see.
any handles or whatever on the exterior.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you all meeting on 2 days' notice, so good luck. Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you, everybody, for getting that done.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thanks. Okay, the next application is going to be DC Hudson Inc., 290 Hudson Street. That is C4, and then the next one will be C5.
There is additional neighborhood outreach in there, just.
Okay, it wasn't sent in?
No, we reached out to a bunch of those.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. It was New Jersey, so it wasn't that nice. Let's not get carried away. Ben Savitsky, Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky. This is DC Hudson. This is an application for a full on-premises liquor license to be used for a restaurant at 290 Hudson Street. That is on Hudson between Dominic and Spring. If you look at the packet that I just provided, if you flip it to the back, the last 2 pages show the configuration of this building. It is an L. If you're not familiar with a parking lot in the middle, there's one entrance on Hudson Street and there's one entrance on Spring Street. This is for the old Nona Beppa Soho space. They were licensed since 2019, and I don't know if that was a good growing or not, but and then before that, it was I think it was called the Parlor Club since about 2010. This is Phil Neuman. This is his concept. He has owned and invested in restaurants around the country and internationally, I believe, Washington, D.C., Las Vegas, and Chicago. His concept here is going to be to put another Italian restaurant in here, but he wants the idea to be that it is a no-pressure dining situation where there is not the pressure to flip tables quickly. It's going to be like you're going into a family member's house to sit for a while and have a nice glass of wine, have some good food, and there's not pressure to leave. So much so that when you walk in, I believe Phil said that you're going to get a warm towel to clean yourself up, and you're going to get a drink water that you could take to your table, which is something nice. The configuration of the space is pretty much staying exactly the same. We included a diagram. It's pretty much exactly the same as Nona Beppa. We were planning on doing cosmetic upgrades to make the space a little bit nicer. We just got into the space last week, and it was a little bit worse than it looked on the initial inspection. So Phil actually started ripping out a lot of the old stuff and found a few problems with. Do I want to say mice? There were some mice.
We had visitors. There were they're of all sizes.
So they are cleaning it out. It is a little bit more extensive than what they initially thought, but it is going to go back to pretty much the same setup. Phil is putting carpeting down on the floor, and we're also adding additional insulation into the ceiling, onto the ceiling, an acoustic fabric that should help with any noise. Additionally, this space has accordion doors on the front. Phil does not want to use them. He'll agree to keep them closed at all hours if it's something that the community board is interested in, and I think you are. As for the setup, again, the same as Nona Beppa, 19 tables, 38 seats. There's one small stand-up bar with 4 bar seats. The hours of operation that we're looking for are 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. That 2 a.m. gets us what we're talking about is this family atmosphere where you walk in and there's no pressure to leave. We are, because I understand that maybe you think that means that people could come in after a certain hour and stay until 2 a.m., we are willing to say that our last reservation will be at 10:30 or 11. We shut the doors so that new people cannot come in, and everybody just finishes their meal and leaves. Recorded background music primarily. Phil would like to have the ability to have a piano every once in a while, but nothing really amplified, just a piano in the space. And that's it.
Just a practicality question over that. How do you get the piano in occasionally?
I mean, the piano would be there all the time.
It will be there all the
Sorry.
time. You'll only use it occasionally.
Yes, correct.
I think I was going to talk about the 2 a.m., but I think you sort of
That's the reason for it,
answered that.
Phil has been sitting here for a while, and he did hear your concerns about 2 a.m. So if you want to talk to him about it, you can talk to him about it.
And there's no outside.
Oh, we have no outdoor seating. I know Nona Beppa did have some. We have no plan on
You have
doing
no
it.
plan on having any
No,
outdoor
we're not.
seating?
No outdoor seating.
No
We don't
outdoor
plan on
s-
coming in for it.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, whoever wants.
Yeah, I
Oh,
just.
wait, let me just ask one other thing. The certificate of occupancy is for that connected building. Are we going to do something about that certificate of occupancy to have it reflect the 2 separate restaurant spaces? Because that was something that I think was discussed in 2019 or something like that, and it's not one.
So 2010 was the last final CO that we know of that did have the space, and it did have the occupancy for the entire L space.
Right.
We do know that they split it in 2018. I know that there were some temps that were issued, but none of them actually showed the 2 different spaces. We will talk to the landlord about filing that to make sure that it is done.
Corrected. Okay, that was it for me. Go ahead.
I just wanted, could you speak a little bit more about the extra soundproofing you're doing? Because I do know that this was a big issue when Nona Beppa came in, is that the neighbors upstairs, there were noise issues with previous tenants, and even with Nona Beppa, it's like, it was part of how Nona Beppa kept sound in the place very low, their music, everything very low. It was a very quiet place. And so I know that's going to be an issue. So if you could speak to a little more.
So Nona Beppa did put in some soundproofing, some additional soundproofing. They did drop the ceiling, and they did put in some quiet rock in there. Phil's going to go one extra layer beyond it and put in an acoustic, was it a foam?
We're going to put in acoustic sound panels. They will come down about 3 or 4 inches off the ceiling. It will absorb the sound. We'll also be putting in carpeting. And also on the walls, we'll be installing what's called a fabric with sound deadening material throughout.
But also additionally, it is going to be an Italian restaurant in the same spirit as Nona Beppa. If you want them to put a limiter on the system to make sure that that they're not turning up the volume, but it's going to be an Italian restaurant in that style. It's not going to be loud.
Okay, yeah, so my questions have to do with the people that live upstairs. I don't see any outreach to the people that lived upstairs. And you're also trying to get the other location as well the connecting location?
So, yes, the next application is DC Spring, which is the Spring Street. So we do have both of them. They are separate premises. They are going to be operated separately with different cuisines. We did reach out. We put up notices in the lobby. We spoke to the super. We spoke to the landlord of the building, and we did notify all of the buildings in the area. If you're familiar with the area, this is kind of the only residential building in that area of Spring Street. You got the fire department,
Right,
museum
no,
next
no,
door.
we're very familiar. It's just, there are people that live right above it.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're condos, so they've been here.
Yeah.
They've come to our meetings before. Yeah, so they were very concerned about the last application.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm a little surprised that we don't have anything from that.
Sure. I mean, we did have posted there for 2.5 weeks, notices of what we were doing. We did send out notices to the block associations. The Hudson Square bid did get back to us. I mean, we did reach out.
But in terms of reaching out, did you actually, because the door's right next, there's an entrance right there.
And we've been on site working there on and off.
Yeah, but
for
I
a few
mean,
weeks.
did you put a notice on the door next door?
Sure, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, there were notices on both of the restaurants and also notices in the lobby next to the mailbox and then next to the elevator.
Okay,
And I was with
did the
super.
notice indicate that there'll be certain hours of operation? Because
The
the
notice
people
is-
knew what they,
Yeah.
Nona Peppa was, a lot, the hours were not nearly 2 a.m.
That was a notice that was on the door, yeah. And it was on the, it was on the mailboxes, and we also additionally left pamphlet letters on the.
Right, no, I saw the block association, I didn't see the other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anybody else have anything? Katie?
So just tell me what the average check you expect to be?
We expect the average check to be between 50 and 80 bucks.
And what's the private business plan? Private party business plan?
So we did indicate that we would have private parties. It is a small space. The idea is that if somebody wants to have a birthday party, instead of taking a table, they would take the entire space. It's not going to happen often. We can probably do once a month. Is that 12 a year?
Okay, you want to skip to 12 a year?
Is that good, 12 a year? Is that?
Does that work for you?
Yeah, that would be.
Okay.
And that's a full buyout.
Right, yes, it's not a table, it's a full buyout.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anybody else on the,
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Bob said. I was looking, the previous operators closed a little bit earlier and there was no live music. And I think that my big concern is just hearing from the residents, just specifically to that, because those are two substantive changes that I think that they would be interested in, and because they have weighed in the past, that they may not, they were very active, I think, earlier on when it was the Parlor Club, but I think that those are two changes from the past. We had an application for this, I think, 2 years ago as well for somebody else for 290 Hudson Cafe LLC, DBA Hudson Square Dumpling House. So there was a intervening application there as well. So
we can address the live music. Again, it is occasional piano, and we can put a number of times that we would be able to use it a month. And additionally, we could put a stop on the hour that it is.
Look, you either hear it or you don't.
Yeah,
and that's
the idea is that we
that's
don't
the
want to hear from the
concern, right.
neighbors. We don't want to hear from the neighbors. We don't want to have a problem with the neighbors. And I think Phil, doing the additional soundproofing will help with that. But if live music is a concern, we can definitely put a restriction on the number of times we're able to use it and the latest hour that it can go. And additionally, we are keeping that accordion door closed. As far as the hours,
We are where we are. I mean, I feel like.
Yeah, you have
important.
neighbors upstairs too.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course.
And they're, I mean, that's the issue, and this is beyond what was there before, and we know that there were issues in this building before that. So that's just my,
Sure.
I'm not saying
know.
yes or no, I'm just saying we haven't heard, and that's my concern. Because there's no commentary on that. It's also a condo building, which, they're vested owners in the building. They're partners with, in ownership and operation of the building with the landlord of this space.
Yeah.
So.
But I just want to point out that it is not unheard of to have a 2 a.m. in this building because Bar Strega at 286 does
Like
have,
I said, I wasn't weighing in one way or the other. It was just, is there an issue from the neighbors? Because they're the ones who ultimately are above this for hopefully a long time, right? So just having that worked out is more the.
No, it wasn't. Do you want to drop down Sunday hours?
So, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may say, what I'm hearing from Bob and Carter is like, as you said, I think it's well said, you don't want to hear from the neighbors, you want it to all be all smooth. Absolutely. What I'm hearing here is like, right now, as they're looking at it, they would feel a lot better if we were hearing from the neighbors
I
that
get
they're
that.
okay with this, so.
But not, so.
On
in-
the piano, what hours?
Yeah, I was just going to say, how often, just so we have, how often do you need the piano, want the piano? Is there a time you could stop playing the piano to,
Once a week on Saturday? Yeah. Ending by 9:10? Fine. Once a week maximum, ending by 10 maximum.
Okay, does anybody else have anything on this one? Great. Okay, don't have to go anywhere. Just hand out the next one. The next one is going to be DC Spring, that's C5.
DC Spring, this is 286 Spring. It is the sister restaurant to the other one. This was most recently Bar Strega. Before that, I think it was called That's Duval's Rum Bar. And I think there was also another Caribbean use of the space. It is a bar currently. It is a tavern license. And the reason it is a tavern license is because it doesn't have a proper kitchen. It has a food prep area. We want to run it as a restaurant, and we are going to run it as a Japanese style restaurant. I forgot to mention that we do have our chef here, Brian. Brian prepared the menus that are included in there.
He's the chef for this one.
He's the
Both of
overseeing
them?
chef for both of them,
Okay.
but obviously there will be employees there who are cooking. So this is going to be a Japanese style restaurant or Asian influenced restaurant. If you look at the menu, there's going to be a lot of raw fish, oysters, things that you don't necessarily need a full kitchen to prepare. So we are applying as a tavern, but we are willing to stipulate with Community Board 2 that we will run it as a full service restaurant. We're asking for the same hours of operation for consistency, but again, we would be willing to say that we are not going to be accepting anybody into the restaurant after a certain hour, whether it's 10:30 or 11 o'clock, that if you're in, you get to enjoy your meal, and then you leave whenever you're done with your meal, but that we're not taking in new people. The diagrams for this one, this space was actually in okay condition. Phil is going to do some cosmetic upgrades. Again, he's putting the carpeting down here too. He's doing the acoustical treatments that we talked about on the last place to this one as well. This place has a little bit more seating. There are 38 seats at 17 tables. There's one stand-up bar with 20 seats and 6 seats at a food counter. The bar, we are intending that it is for casual dining and not for people to come in and just order a drink, because like the other place, makes it feel like home. That's not what this place is. It's not a bar. We are intending to operate it as a restaurant. This space has no operable windows. There's no outdoor space on this one as well. We are not looking for the DOT sidewalk seating. I know that they did have some seats out there, which I don't know that they should have. Recorded background music only for this one. And that's it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions, Cormac?
Oh, same hours of operation. I'm sorry. That is the 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. and 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Yeah, then you said that was for consistency. What's the advantage of consistency, since these are just different concepts and marketing and functioning as different restaurants?
So the cuisine is different. The concept is the same. Make you feel like you're at home, where we don't have to rush you out to get you out of the room because we need the table a little bit longer of a seating area. Which additionally, there's going to be kind of set seating hours. So if you walk up and there's an open table, but you're not going to be able to get that full experience, we're not going to be able to seat you. We're going to tell you, you got to make a reservation to come back and do it. If you do come at the opening of a reservation period and you can get your full 2-3 hour experience, then you will be able to sit down.
include the bar, I would imagine.
It does include the bar.
does
We're not,
include
we're
the
not
bar.
going to have a traditional bar where anybody can walk in off the street
So
and
this,
have it.
I just thought because the food service was different, maybe
No,
I
it's the same
misunderstood you.
concept.
It's the same concept at the bar and at the tables, and it's the longer concept,
Yes.
so everybody would need to be coming in.
Yes.
That's correct.
Got it.
Same question, average check?
It's going to be the same.
Anybody have anything? Anybody here from the public on this? I think. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. All right, the next one is going to be, is Serafina Meatpacking LLC. It's 7 9th Avenue.
Hi, my name is Camille, and I'm speaking on behalf of Serafina Meatpacking, which is on 7 9th Avenue. We came before the board in April and for the Sidewalk Cafe. So there's two sides of it, on 9th Avenue and then on Little West 12th Street. Previously, I believe the roadbed was also applied for, but it's not viable at this point, so it's only sidewalk seating. I think it was incorrectly filled out on the application when submitted, but has since been removed.
When was it removed?
I believe in March.
No,
shouldn't
there was a roadbed out there a week ago.
Oh, well,
That's why I asked, I happen to live in this neighborhood, so I know this area extremely well. And that's why I sent the questions, because there's a roadbed out there
okay.
every day.
So I'll make sure again that should be removed. I think they get mistaken with which.
I mean, today they had an open street, so the street was closed, and they actually, this morning the roadbed was there before I came to the meeting. The roadbed wasn't there, but the seating was there because it was a closed street. But even if they want to participate in the open street, should be applying for that. The roadbed should not be set up every day. And it shouldn't have been set up at all after last fall.
Okay, I'll reconfirm and make sure with the manager that that's removed completely.
Okay, so then my other issues, which is why I wanted you to come in, is they are not abiding by the clear path requirements at all, consistently not abiding by the clear path requirements. So on 9th Avenue, they're supposed to have a 12-foot clearance, and today they had an 8-foot clearance. And it was basically, when I took photographs on the 25th of July, give or take a few inches, it was set up exactly the same way. So they're 4 feet off. They're going to have to lose tables. It's not going, somebody really needs to go out there and measure that 12-foot clearance, because it's a busy area. That's why they did these clearances. And then the same thing, Little West 12th Street. I mean, the forms are filled out correctly, so somebody is aware of what it's supposed to be. Little West 12th Street is supposed to be, I think, a 10-foot clearance.
Yeah,
I think
10
the forms
for
are filled.
that street and then 12 for the other. For 9.
I think Little West 12th Street is incorrect. I think Little West 12th Street is, because I checked it, I'm quite sure that's a 10-foot clearance. It's a regional. It's not a global. So 9th Avenue is a global, Little West 12th is a regional. That's supposed to be 10-foot, but that one I've got 6 to 7 feet. So they're about 3 to 4 feet off on both of them. They also put the bus stations, they have the barrier. They have the barriers, so we're good with the barriers. They are someplace that actually has the barriers. But they have the bus stations outside. I don't know if that's every day, but often they're not supposed to be out there also. So they did agree to close at 10 o'clock. And I was going to say, quite frankly, they could close at 11 and 12 o'clock, because I believe that's what they had before, but also that's what Pastis had before, then that's what Dos Caminos has. And, you know, when the people surrounding them have those hours, there's no reason to make them close earlier because nobody lives right there. So I would give them the extension of hours if they could come into compliance with the seating that they're supposed to have there, because they're going to lose seats. You know, it's just changed from, it used to be 8 feet there, and, you know, there's a big difference between 8 feet and 12 feet, so they should.
Understood.
Go ahead, Cormac.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, because you're much more expert on some of these things than I am, but I'm looking at the footprint on the diagram, right, for the 9th Avenue Global Corridor, the first footprint, and I'm looking at the photos I submitted, and I understand that they can do whatever they want with the tables inside the space, but it doesn't look to me like the footprint is the same in actuality in the photos they submitted to what the footprint is on the diagrams.
They only have 8 feet clearance. I mean, they're not setting up correctly, so the photographs wouldn't be correct.
Okay.
I don't know if the diagram is correct, quite frankly.
Yeah, but the photograph, because the photograph is showing that the barriers coming out into this area and not leaving the clearance.
Right.
Right on that corner around, as you turn around to West 12th, so.
I think the number of tables and chairs remained similar to the diagram, but I think they took liberties of rearranging to accommodate for service staff.
Which I believe that they're allowed to do, but my point is that the overall footprint still needs to comply.
Right.
And it looks to me from these photographs, looking at this, it doesn't seem to me clear that it does. So I just, you know, you need to look to that.
Yeah, I think it needs to be, it'll be rearranged in such.
Yeah,
that
it's gonna, I mean, they're gonna have to pull that all the way, probably into the two sidewalk blocks, I would think, you know? And they have to serve from within that. We've heard that tonight too, so.
Yeah, and they're amenable to that, especially because they would get their DOT disapproval if they were not to abide by the
Right, they'll
measurements.
start getting fined, yeah. Katie?
Yeah, so on the little West 12th Street diagram, the barriers don't go across the whole, there's the barrier on the left and the barrier on the right, and then there's a dotted line on the diagram?
Because they have there's a doorway there, I think.
The sidewalk,
there's-
well, I'm looking at the diagram, the picture doesn't, the pictures and the diagrams are really.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You're looking at the diagram for the little 12th Street region. Here, you can see
Yeah.
it bigger here if you want.
Yeah. So what is that little dotted?
That dotted
Arc.
circle is I think.
It's a door.
No, she's talking about the dotted circle.
On the
What
diagram.
they're showing is what the 10-foot clear path
Oh.
around the fire hydrant is. Right,
Got
what
it.
they're saying is that
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have to
yeah,
be
yeah,
behind that line.
Yeah.
It's not, so.
Yeah, I mean, they're really gonna have this, they're not doing what's in the diagram, and they're not,
Can they,
I'm not gonna,
can
you
they,
know, they need to serve from within that, they need to have the barriers going straight across, so they may need to lose tables in there or figure it out.
Well, don't they have the 2 doors?
They have the door, but if you keep the clear path from the fire hydrant that's here,
don't they have to leave?
they need to have a perimeter that keeps that clear path.
Do they have to lose those 3 tables? Because how do you
They
get-
may have to.
Yeah, it looks like it.
They serve this from this door,
But I don't think they can have these. And
They have a door right on the corner, so they can serve those two.
but then the back ones, don't they have a back door there that they can serve the?
how can they serve this one with a 3-foot? They can't, because it's,
Oh, you think they might have to lose 1 table there?
I think so.
May have to lose tables.
So what are we recommending, coming back with proper?
No,
diagram?
because I mean, I'm not recommending them coming back. I just wanted them in here to hear that they needed to comply with the regulations.
Okay.
I'm not, they've already applied, DOT is doing what DOT is doing. I would like to see tomorrow morning them applying with the regulations. But I can't have them come back again because they're already applying.
Well, it's going to be very hard for them to, these diagrams aren't very good.
No. I mean, you need, you know what I'm saying? People have to serve from within there. There has to be the 10-foot clearance. There has to be the 12-foot clearance. It's a problem in meatpacking. Hardly anybody is doing it, but people are going to start complaining about it because it's a heavily trafficked area, and that's why the clear path requirements are there. And they need to get rid of that roadbed, or they need to apply for it. I'm not saying they can't, you know, they need to do whatever. If they're going to use the roadbed there, it needs to be an application for the roadbed because their liquor license will not include the roadbed.
Yeah.
Right?
Understood. It really shouldn't be there.
No, it shouldn't be there if they're not applying for it. Okay, I think that's it. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. What?
Principal building entrance adjacent to this?
They have the whole, there isn't a principal building entrance adjacent to it. It's not, yeah, you've got nothing. There's a building entrance, but it's not. They are supposed to keep 5 feet from any adjacent. Okay. Okay. The next one is Sapphire New York Hotel Propco LLC and Delano US Opco LLC as manager at 246 Spring.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren George, representing CIM Group, who is, sorry, Kane. Formerly, this hotel was owned by CIM.
So
Group.
either pull the microphone up
Hello.
or, yeah.
Yeah, this one's a little short. So the Dominic Hotel is being purchased by Kane International, who's here for a simple transfer of license with no changes in other provisions. So we're really here with the purchaser, the new operator, and the current manager, who is going to be the ongoing general manager of the hotel, to answer any questions you might have about this transfer.
Okay. So there's a lot of spaces, and let's see. So I went through as carefully as I could and compared. So we'll start with the ground floor restaurant. I think the seating is somewhat comparable, or it's a little bit less now, but there's outdoor seating there on the sidewalk or around the corner in the Pops
That's
area.
right. That's correct.
Okay, and that is going to need to have a conversation because I don't think that they've ever been approved for that before. That wasn't part of the original.
That was approved already a couple months ago. The
By
cafe
whom?
permit.
We did not approve it,
It
not
was-
by us.
It was never a part of the license that you're
Got it.
transferring.
Okay, right. The use of that small sliver of the
No,
pops,
the
I think.
inclusion in
I
the
understand what
lit
you're saying.
license.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay.
Understood.
And also, there were illegal speakers that were being used in the sidewalk seating area. I don't know if that's been corrected. We received video of that. It wasn't used within any of the approved previous sidewalk cafe regulations.
Got it.
We will make sure that that is corrected. That I wasn't aware of.
And I mean, that sidewalk was never part of this application, that area. So,
That is correct. That's a separate cafe permit.
well,
Is that what we're referring to?
it's
on-
not
on-
really
by
a
the
separate
urban plan?
cafe permit though, because it's part of the,
Two different, there was seating on the sidewalk and there was the Pops areas. Those are two.
so
separate
where is the
areas.
seating? On the sidewalk or in the Pops area?
There's seating on the Pops area,
Okay.
which is the cafe permit. There is, the restaurant operator had tables in front of the restaurant on Spring Street. They did submit an application through the DOT. The DOT did decline that application.
There's no longer
There's no longer seating there in
Donna,
front on Spring Street.
Did we hear her name yet?
I'm so sorry, I'm Justine McCleary. I'm the general manager of the Dominic.
Thank you.
Okay.
So to be clear, the only exterior seating is in the Pops area.
Correct.
But there's also exterior at the terrace pool bar.
Sorry, we're talking
On
street
the
level,
ground floor.
starting on the
I haven't
ground.
moved
Yeah.
past the ground floor. Okay, so as far as this license goes and transferring this license, that area was never part of that this license.
Correct.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that. So
Because
if,
when the license was taken out, this Cafe Pops use was not a part of it. So yes, we would need to, I guess, amend that.
right, we need to discuss that tonight. Okay, and then the music was on occasion DJs, promoted events, cover charges, and private events in the hotel lobby lounge area on occasion. I'd like to get a definition of what on occasion means, because everybody can think on occasion is a very different thing.
Okay. Do you want to talk about how frequently you might have promoted events?
When we don't get it very often, so
6 times a year, 12 times a year, 1 time a month. I'm looking for some definition of occasion.
yeah, 1 time a month.
So 12 times a year. So 1 time a month.
Yeah, 12 times a year.
Which is it? It's two
One
different.
time a month.
Definitive is the whole thing. It's not.
One time a month.
month.
No, it's a different thing. Okay. Okay. There is no outside on the ground floor except for what we're going to discuss. So there's no music outside on the ground floor. Then you go up to the 5th floor or the 7th floor, however you want to describe it. And then there's the pool and bar area and the terrace. So that all seems relatively similar. I think it has a little bit less seats now than it had before, except for the terrace pool area exterior, which said music, quiet background music only, and the past stipulations, there was no music outside in that area. So
To be continued as is.
Hmm?
To be continued
So
as
there won't be any music outside on that pool area.
That's a stipulation in the current license, is what you're saying? That's the plan.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, yeah, there will only be quiet background music played via iPad CDs through speakers that are standard for restaurants and cafes.
Not no music, not live or performed music.
No, it's no music. It's no music. Whereas there will be only quiet background music played via iPod CDs through speakers that are standard for restaurants and cafes. In the interior area, there will be absolutely no music in any outdoor areas, including the pool area.
We will need to modify that. There is background music outside
There's
of the
not supposed to be
terrace.
background music. You need to use a microphone. Carmine.
We heard, we got it.
No, but it needs to be, he needs to use a microphone. I mean, do you have the stipulations? Huh? Because I can give them to you.
That would be great. I do not have it in front of me, so thank you.
Yeah, because, and the same thing there, it says there will be promoted events on occasion. This one doesn't have scheduled performances, outside promoters, no events for a cover fee. So that was for the pool
I want to
area.
clarify what promoted events are, just so you understand as a body. I think we're not talking about like a concert or live music. We're talking about perhaps a brand launch or something that's
I
promoted in
think that's
that
what we
way.
mean by promoted.
That isn't,
That,
okay.
The way that it was
just wanna make it
discussed
clear.
in the context of the hotel when we were discussing this in 2017.
Okay.
I am using a mic. The, the way that it was discussed at that point is that the hotel had brought in some outside people who were hosting their own events within the hotel, and that became promoted because they were the ones who were bringing in their own staff in addition to whatever was happening. And there were a number of events that were a little bit larger than I think everybody had expected. And as a result, the hotel at that time wasn't quite fully, I'm not saying they weren't in charge, but weren't expecting what was happening to happen.
But
And
that was
so-
the past, so the hotel hasn't operated in that way for many years.
No, right, but what the question was with the promoters, it was that other people are bringing in the folks in
Understood.
to do that, as opposed to the hotel itself fully running whatever is happening within the interior of the
Understood. And that's not, what you're describing is not our current practice. So anything that is being booked in that space is booked by the hotel, not through a third-party promoter.
Okay, I think so. And that was the same thing with the on occasion. Do we have a definition of on, I would just really like to get a definition of on occasion, just so that there's not an issue with the on occasion for that one too.
I would say the same.
Same thing, once a month? Okay. Okay, so I guess the thing left to talk about is the outdoor seating, unless does somebody else have something else to talk about?
Yeah, I just want to verify that there's no service on the third floor terrace, right?
There is no service on the third floor
Okay,
terrace,
thank you.
correct?
There's no other, that
That
covers
is
all
the
the
only-
spaces,
that is
right?
the only
Okay.
terrace on the third floor, yes.
And there's no other floors that I'm missing that have
Outdoor
service?
space? No.
No.
That's it.
And actually any other space, aside from the hotel rooms? There's a spa?
There's a spa, there's meeting rooms on the third floor, which has the outdoor terrace.
And is there any music, is there any music on the third floor terrace?
There is no music on the third floor
Okay, so they
terrace,
can't
no.
have background music.
And then there is a space on the top of the hotel,
Maybe.
which is a meeting space. No, it's interior. So the only exterior space is the third floor terrace and the fifth or seventh floor pool deck.
Okay, and so I'm just shown that there was quiet background music only upstairs at the terrace pool, so I'm incorrect on that, so you don't need to.
Thank you. Thank you, that's
Isn't-
that's
Reading
very
it
helpful.
here, I
didn't
Thank
wanna
you so
argue with
much.
you, but yeah, it's right here.
Well, I'm looking at this one, and there's something, I guess, that, whatever, this is not as accurate.
There's a prepared, executed notarized stipulations, which has quite a bit of handwriting on it.
Got it.
And I was looking at the resolution or a different resolution, so, but I am accurate about the outside on the ground floor?
There was no outside, so that no
Is
music
that-
on the exterior was taken out because there was no outside.
Outside,
on the ground
okay, okay. Okay, so we've solved the music upstairs.
Great.
So what's left to solve is that outside area, which I think the community board has been against being used for the hotel
That's correct.
in all of our committees. So why should we change that idea?
We were granted the permit to use that space by city planning, so, I mean, if, I don't know what to say. I understand your position,
But that doesn't mean you have the right to serve alcohol out
Right.
there.
so that could perhaps be a stipulation if you want to make it one. It would be nice to be able to serve the patrons of the restaurant who are using the outdoor seating, the same thing that the indoor patrons can be served, but that's the goal of the restaurant.
I mean, that space was really supposed to be public space and not for the restaurant. So that's, I understand, I guess, where you're coming from, but that's where we're coming from. That was given when they got the increase in the size of the hotel, and it wasn't supposed to be privatized space for anybody to use.
Understood?
Okay. So you don't care? It just, okay. No, they're not? Sure. Do our best. All right. Anybody have anything else? Okay, Darlene?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you're not, don't go away yet, public. I'm going to the public.
Let her, okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Darlene Lutz, Soho West, NYC, member First Precinct Council Community. As I've been here many times, most of you know I am a long time resident of this particular community, and in fact, I did a lot of the yeoman's work when Trump Soho was being built. So we worked on it very hard because it was not exactly where we saw our community going at that time because of the height. I always said I didn't move to Midtown for a reason, and now Midtown has moved to me. But aside from that, it is what it is. We did get and achieved getting an urban plaza, which has gotten a lot of, in the last 5 years, has really been bumped up in use. It is, it's one of the rare areas within the community where people can go and take a breather outside without a lot of noise, ambient noise from traffic, and the rest. So we are very, we're not very happy about city planning just telling us where we can take all of our time that we spent to get a little bit of that for our community and then give it back to a corporation to profit more from. Yay. Anyway, yes, I have been keeping an eye on that hotel. I sent out a video that I took maybe a few days ago. Yes, they put tables outside, only 4 in the pop space. I've never seen anybody sit in there, but after all, Vestry is DOA, the restaurant that's currently in there. They have been, I saw a few people sitting outside fairly recently on the sidewalk. I know for a fact they do not have a sidewalk permit. I was rather, during the whole COVID thing, they put a shed out on Spring Street. It was a mess. So, when all that went away, the sidewalk stayed, and then they put speakers out and pounded music. And I went in very nicely saying, hey, no, please. And they were really aggressive with me. And I was being nice and saying, no music outdoors, please. So, I was met with that, and, it's where I live. So I take it personally. I hope this new owner comes in and, lives the New York life. Keep the noise indoors. We're all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Can we respond?
Yeah, to us.
Yeah. So, John Bastine, I oversee our hotel portfolio for Kane International. We are the buyer of the Dominic. To be clear, we plan to comply with all stipulations. I apologize for past ownership's use of that space, but that is not our intent. We will be complying with all the stipulations as needed here. We run a number of hotels across the country. I oversee the Raffles up in Boston. We have the Beverly Hilton. We are building the Aman and the Aman Residential in Beverly Hills. So we have a lot going on. But at the same time, we really look forward to investing in this neighborhood, investing in this hotel, bringing in the locals to these spaces, not just for hotel guest use only.
Okay.
Just wanted to say one thing about the pop space, which is in the plaza, that the exchange for that space was a 20% bonus on the size of the hotel. So I think that many people who've been around for a long time feel that that space is being taken away because there was such a significant increase on the size of the building, and then also because there are exterior spaces that the building has, the setbacks, but also with height. Interior spaces, obviously, if you proportion that 20% through the whole building, some of that's going to the interior restaurant spaces, et cetera, and people feel that the pricing on the ground floor areas isn't as very accessible to the public in an affordable fashion. So I think that was the reasoning that the findings from the community board's recommendation is that it shouldn't be part of the pop space. If it were something that were much more accessible, that for people to participate in who are regular users sitting in the outdoor area, I think you'd have a different response. But now that you're taking over the hotel and doing something a little differently, that might be something to reimagine and come back and think about. And certainly, I think something the board might reconsider if there was more accessibility to it, as opposed to a space entered into from the interior of the hotel to only the guests there, so it's not an engagement with the other folks. So that was the discussion that took place the last time this was addressed by the board, and there wasn't a feeling that any of that would occur. So that's why the board had the position at that time, and I think that the people would still ask, the rest of the members of the board would ask us on our committee if we had a different finding why that were the case, since everybody had already voted on that not that long ago. So, thanks.
Anybody else have anything? Go ahead.
Hi, so I heard you use the term Kane International. On the application, it's Sapphire. There's also in some of the literature, Ensamore Company and Acor, and then there's Delano as manager. So I'm wondering, what is the hotel going to be, or the building going to be branded as? What names are we going to see on the street? And who is the applicant, really?
Sure. So I'm Adam Savalio. I'm here from Ennismore and Accor. So Kane International is the buyer of the building, and they're engaging with Ennismore, who's the manager. So we're going to come in and manage the hotel day to day. Justine, who's the McCleary, who's the general manager of the hotel, she's going to join Ennismore and Accor and continue to manage the hotel with our team. And in terms of Accor is our partner and majority owner of Ennismore. So Accor is one of the largest hotel operators in the world. Accor and Ennismore together, we operate the Plaza, the Sofitel, the Hoxton in Williamsburg, the Faena in New York that's opening next month, and then this the Dominic. Delano is one of our 16 brands, and we're planning on operating the hotel as the Dominic for the foreseeable future, but Delano is a brand that is being considered to be used, and we can come back with more, information on that as we move forward. But again, just on behalf, sorry, go ahead. Sapphire's the name of the
one of our ownership groups through Kane International. It's one of our entities.
Well, it's on the application.
Yeah, that's the entity that
Correct.
bought the hotel. It's not a trade name. So Kane International is the trade name of the organization that's buying the hotel. Sapphire is just an entity name. Ennismore is the trade name of the operator, the manager. And again, in terms of just introducing ourselves as the manager, and like he said about wanting to comply moving forward, and looking forward to working together. And thank you for the background history as we all come into this.
It's really helpful.
Anything else? Tiny. Go ahead, Darlene.
Thank you. He reminded me about something that I noticed about looking at the application. in terms of who filled this out, because schools listed, you know, a yoga center on 14th Street, there are 4 high schools right there. I mean, I found it kind of, you know, just from the other meetings I've been sitting through, going like, who are these people who are talking about this area like they've never been here? So as long as they're willing to learn, I'm here to teach. Thank you.
Okay, I think that does it on this one. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Somebody's got to. Okay, the 3 and 10 Bar LLC, doing business as the 3 and 10, 220 West Houston. What's the next one?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I'm the attorney for the applicant, the 3 and 10 Bar LLC. This is an application for an on-premises liquor license at 220 West Houston Street. I have with me tonight Nina Duda and Luiseni Cardozo, who are the 2 principals of the applicant. As you know, well, you may know, the space has been operated as the Brooklyneer since about 2010. Nina was previously involved as an investor in the Brooklyneer. And for various reasons, they thought the space was in need of a kind of a reboot. So that's a result of just kind of trends in the market, changes in customer demands. So there is going to be a shift. They do plan on opening up early, serving coffee every day, serving breakfast, pastries. So really being more of a full-time operation. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 7 days a week. There's also going to be a significant shift in the menu. Nina can talk about that a little bit, but it's really going to, and Nina is also an immigration attorney, and she is from London. So you'll see the menu really focuses on different cuisines from all over the world. So there's going to be a little bit of Indian food, Mexican food, so kind of this real broad swath of food. A little bit about the space for people who are not familiar with it. The building itself, it has no residents in the building. There are 2 like apartments upstairs, but I believe they're elite, like they can't be used as apartments in the building. There's an Alcoholics Anonymous right upstairs, which obviously is kind of an interesting distinction, but they've been there, as far as I know, they've been there the whole 15 years. They've had a good relationship between AA and the working of the bar, and the third floor, I believe, is vacant. Right next door is Houston Hall, which is purely commercial. I'm sure you know it well. On the other side is a rehabilitation facility, which has kind of people recovering from injuries. So there's no like long-term residents in that part of the building. And directly next to the space on the ground floor that's where the ambulettes and the ambulances come in. So there's nothing right there. Across the street is the Film Forum, and the rest of that block is on the Varick side is purely commercial. There are some townhouses down the block which are mainly vacant now. They did do outreach to residents close by. There aren't that many that are directly on the block, but they did gather a fair number of signatures from the surrounding buildings. Nina, do you want to talk a little bit about the day-to-day operations?
Oh, sure. So we noticed a real shift in people coming in. We have younger folks who don't drink a lot. So we wanted to make sure that they have a place that they can come, eat. We also service we have friends in the industry who, so I think one of the concerns is maybe being open late. We want to make sure that our friends in the industry have a place to go after they get off work, because that's something that we've noticed. Luceni has been running 3 other establishments for the past, was it 5 years?
Yes.
And they have great success in Windsor Terrace and Williamsburg. And so she's bringing the food expertise, and I'm bringing the business expertise.
Okay, the hours, let's see, it's closing at, what, 3 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday?
That's correct. We
That's-
tried to mimic the existing Brooklyn Air hours.
Okay, I thought the existing one was 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, but I.
Earlier in the week, but the weekends,
Yeah, the
we have
4
a
a,
4 a.m.
4 a.m. was Thursday to Saturday,
Yeah, I
is
think
what,
they'd be fine with 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Sunday-
So it's just
Sunday to
mimicking
Wednesday.
what was,
Yeah,
what was
that's right.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is a transfer, correct?
correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. I think. And then there's DJs, are you adding DJs?
Yeah.
So the DJ is very specifically we want to welcome families. Sunday mornings, we have found that there's not a lot of places for people with smaller kids. It would be very not a DJ in the traditional sense of late night, but for people with kids, it would be very limited. There would be a ticketed event so that mums and dads can come and kids can have a little fun.
What kind, I'm not getting the gist of it.
Oh, think of it like a baby bop. So
Okay.
there's not a lot of places for parents to go
Yeah.
in the daytime, and
So the DJ would only be weekends or?
unless there are specific events that people.
Or would only be daytime?
Daytime, and I think during the week, it would be, a Christmas party around the holidays or something like that.
Okay, so we could do a stipulation of the,
Just for private events.
no, there's private events, daytime private events, or
Well, daytime private events, so that's the baby bop, but then I think as the holidays approach, they may have buyouts, and there may be a DJ there, but it's not gonna be, every Friday, Saturday night a DJ. So we could stipulate to, I don't know.
would it still be background levels? I mean,
Yes.
there was
It's not-
there was nothing there before
not
that was
intended
like
to
that, it
be-
was there were no DJs there before. I mean, it's late 4 a.m. hours, but it was 4 a.m. hours with background music,
We'd be
so.
fine to stipulate that
be
if-
fine.
Except for,
Well, but
I guess for
it's,
the,
anytime you put a DJ in there, I'm just talking from experience, it's not background. I mean, it just never is background with a DJ in there. So,
Yes,
well,
we'll stipulate
we
to
could
that.
stipulate. to
no,
background.
I have a feeling that's not.
Well,
Go
what
ahead,
about
go
just-
ahead.
Yeah, so did you guys meet with the West Houston Street Block Association?
No, we did not.
Yeah, because, I mean, when Houston Hall went in for their application a year or two ago, whatever it was, I can't remember, there's a method, MOA with the West Houston Street Block Association. So I have their contact. What? Jim Rosenthal, I got a whole bunch of people that were in that block association. I mean, there are not that many people that live there, but there are a number of people that are and they brought up the Brooklyneer when they were here on on the Houston Street. So, I have a whole email from a bunch of them here.
About this application or about the, okay.
I think that there's a lot of sharp edges around both operations. And the issue, what Bob is bringing up is that if you are going into this space as a new operator, that's really something that should be worked out because it's the time of change. That's when you can address any of those issues and best understand them. But there have been meetings, with 15 residents in the area in the past to address issues at the Brooklyneer and Houston Hall. So it's not like there's nobody interested in it, but I think it's better to figure that stuff out now than it is when there's a problem down the road where there could be many more issues. But I know that with the Village Care next door and everything, it seems like there's nobody but there, but there's also what it backs up onto, some of the other issues, so.
Cormac?
Yeah, so I want to ask about, and I don't know how much of this has changed or something, but in your new concept here, 8 televisions, and I know your value proposition includes football Sundays, right? Can you say more about that?
Sure, I think the intention is not to be a sports bar by any means. They certainly
8
will.
televisions, but not a sports bar. Okay,
Well,
continue.
So I can tell you, currently we have a lot of people that come to see Love Island, and we want to offer that to them again. Also, the TVs are going to be the type of televisions that look like photos, that look like paintings. So we can change them and change the decor, because the space is going to be a lot more plain. So we want to be able to have different artwork on the TVs.
So what part of my concern is this, as the chairwoman was talking about DJs, right? You have live DJs, you have 8 TVs, and yet the space has accordion windows and doors. Now, previous operator didn't have those elements and things, right? So to me, those are elements that don't go together, right? When you have DJs, when you have music, when you have televisions and people and things, that is all noise that needs to be completely contained within the space in the building, right? And so I'm just having trouble reconciling the different pieces of this thing that you're putting together in terms of its impact on the community. I mean, generally speaking, you have those elements, and I'm telling you, well, you're not having accordion windows. Or if you don't, then it's like, okay, accordion window. So, I mean, give me some guidance here about how I get to be okay with this.
So I think, let's take them one by one. The DJs, I think, would you be okay saying that it's only during the DJs are only going to be during these children's events on the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Would also be fine saying that while the DJ, if any DJ is playing, that the accordion windows will be closed? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And for the TVs, I guess we're hesitant to say no, if there's a World Cup or something, and something like the Knicks are in the play, something like that, where everyone wants to come in and.
Precisely what I'm concerned about.
Our intent is to show there's not a lot of places that play women's sports. We would like to elevate that, and we'd like to host that. And
You'll keep the accordion windows closed whenever you're doing something like that.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds to me, though, it's like you have the televisions that are going to be playing there. Why don't we just keep the accordion windows closed, full stop, at all times?
Absolutely. We don't want the air conditioning escaping. We'll absolutely
Okay, so
do
we'll
that.
keep them closed at all times. Okay.
Not at all times. Well, like we want to have,
think
we're not
what-
going to have them on during the day,
Well,
but
it's
like,
operating as a cafe or serving coffee in the morning. People would like to sit and drink.
Yeah,
coffee.
so what I've seen I've seen a number of times is there's people standing out there and they're drinking. So they're drinking on the sidewalk. There's a shelf right there. So when they open up, the shelf is right there and people are drinking on both sides. So, and the music's loud in there. So, I mean, it comes pouring out. So I'm just saying that I think the accordion windows, and the other things that were brought up in the MOU with House and Hall had to do with picking up trash and having, really the Block Association wasn't looking for much. They were looking for an organization that deals with the trash. And so I'm just saying, I know for a fact that those doors are really windows, do make a big difference. And to have a bar with music, whether you're having DJs during the day or at night, you want to be open till 4 a.m. Those just don't match. That's all. Even on West House Street.
I just want to add too about the, because you mentioned the air conditioning. Technically speaking, under New York code, when those accordion doors are open, the air conditioning is always supposed to be off. And I know that people routinely violate that, but as somebody gave a good part of his life to fighting the climate change cause, pisses me off.
I agree with you.
I would suggest maybe put it over to try to get I can help. I have emails here with the people. If they don't get back in touch with you, then that's that. But I mean, at least, they seem pretty reasonable. And so if there's problems with the open windows, they'll tell you, and then that can be resolved. So I'm just saying, you're asking, we're weighing in here because it doesn't sound right, but it does make some sense for you to try to get together with them. If it doesn't work, then you can come back and say, we tried, and then, then we're back to where we are, which is, I think the smartest way to deal with this, that's all.
Yeah, we'd be perfectly willing.
Wait to file with the liquor authority before doing that?
What's your recommendation?
Yeah, just definitely, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We can
So
wait
would
a
you
little
like
I'll
us to come
I'll
back?
call you either first or second next time. I
Okay.
won't call you last. I'll give you that.
Just in case is it, if we meet with them, is there any way I can present that to you, or do we need to come in?
You have to
person
come, you
again?
have to come in because I have to have a public meeting. I can tell you
Okay.
when do you want to know the date?
Please, yes.
So the date would be the Thursday after Labor Day. Hang on one second. Let me just get my calendar open. It would be the 4th
Before.
of September.
Would it be all right if my partner was here?
Instead of you?
Yes.
If you're fine with that, if you could, I mean, as long as I have
One of
a
us.
principal
Yeah, okay,
here,
yeah,
I'm
you
fine
bet,
with
you
it as
bet.
long as
Yes.
you're all fine with it.
Yes.
Yes.
And is there anything else we can do before we come back?
No, I think the biggest thing is really just to see if you can talk to the neighbors and we can give you email addresses to
Yeah.
try to do the outreach to them.
We did hang out on the street, we went to the laundromat, we
Yeah,
tried
it's summer
everywhere.
too. People may be, it's a tough time also. So yeah.
I just want to make sure you and your partner comes as somebody who is
Well,
going to be able
it's
to.
her. It's
She's
right,
right
it's
here.
right, she's
Oh,
right
oh,
here.
this partner. Oh,
Yes, this
hello.
partner. The
Who
the
can-
quiet
yeah.
partner this time will not be as quiet
Who's
next time.
Right, but who's able to sort of make
Hi.
commitments and things and
Yes.
say, okay.
Hi, my name is Luceni Cardoso. I'm partner with 3 bars in Brooklyn, and one is a very family restaurant. The name is Sena in Wyndham's Terrace, and we have a very special connection with the family and kids. So that is something that we have in the idea to the 3 and 10 bar, have this space for our community, for mothers that, want to go with the kids and eat, and they can feel safe, can feel that they have a place to be and reunion, can celebrate a birthday party or take a drink. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So Benjamin, I'm not going to be able to email anyone tomorrow because I'm going to be flying, but I got your email right here.
Sure.
I'm going to send them an email.
Okay.
Try to,
Just you may not have all the information, but I know you mentioned garbage. Do they have any other specific?
Yeah, I could send you the MOU that they had with.
That was for Hudson Hall, though.
Yeah, Hudson Hall. I'm just saying, they weren't really asking.
Okay.
Yeah, but it'll show you sort of what their concerns were.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and they definitely brought up the Brooklyn here.
Okay.
In the windows when they were here.
Okay.
So, look, I just think that's the right way to do it.
Yeah, I wasn't aware
If
that
I
there
had, if I had been.
is that in, that's not on the list.
You know what, when I checked this afternoon, because when I was reading the letter this afternoon, I'm sorry, I didn't read it earlier, but that's when I was reading it, and I saw that, and then I looked on our site, and I did not see them listed on our site, so I couldn't tell you that you didn't do the outreach, so.
Nina's email here too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Info at, that's your law firm?
No, that's mine.
Dutta Law
Yeah.
Firm? That's you? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll send emails to.
Please, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so just let the office know you're laying it over, you won't file until you come back, and I'll call you early, first or second, okay? All
Thanks
right.
very much.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Next is going to be Slice West Village, which I said, sorry guys, so I said I was waiving their appearance, and then I got the email at 5:30 today that there are still issues. The gentleman from Slice West Village is traveling. So I was told by their attorney that he is filling out the stipulation form. I didn't realize you were still having problems. And so I gave him the stipulation form to fill out. He's supposed to be signing that. But, and I tried to catch the attorney at 5:30 today, and I was unable to reach him and left him a message. So why don't we hear what you have to say? And I will try tomorrow to get in touch with the attorney. The principal is back in town, I believe, tomorrow or sometime in the next few days. And let's just see if we can do something between now and when full board is, or because they've already applied, so that, we have to kind of weigh in on this sidewalk. But I would like to see if we can make some positive steps in getting this situation, particularly with the vent, somehow resolved. So why don't you come up and speak, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do to try to get some attention on this. Sure. And sorry to make you wait. I don't, sorry.
Okay, my name is Thomas Kowal. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live at 535 Hudson Street. 5E, it's the top floor, and Wild's exhaust vent is directly above my roof. You've heard me speak on this issue before. Okay, so I'm extremely disappointed to report that in regard to Wild's roof exhaust vent, the noise, vibration, and turn-off times have taken a time for the worse recently. I'm opposed to this extension of the restaurant wine license, and I'm withdrawing my approval of the renewal of the existing restaurant wine license. Wild's roof exhaust vent was serviced on July 3rd by the owner's contractor. Since then, there's been a noticeable increase in the noise and vibration level in my apartment, which has not been addressed by the owner. The noise is very distracting and can be heard throughout my entire apartment. It varies in volume and oscillates at times. It can also be heard in the common hallway through the skylight as you ascend the stairs from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. The vibration is sufficient to rattle the front grill panel on my brand new AC unit, which was just installed 1 week ago. I've had to tape up that panel on all 3 sides to stop the rattling. The vent has been left running past 11 o'clock p.m. 7 times in the last month. Twice during the first 2 weeks of July, and I've had to call the restaurant 4 times after 11 o'clock p.m. to turn off the vent since then. Saturday, July 26th at 11:10, Tuesday, July 29th at 11:09, Saturday, August 2nd at 11:06, and just again last night, August 6th at 11:09, when I had to call the owner directly since there was no answer at the restaurant, and I let it ring about 30 times. Okay, this situation has been a problem on and off since 2013 with no end in sight. Okay, I've lost the quiet enjoyment of my apartment, a right afforded to me by clause 14 of my rent stabilized lease. As I see it, the solution is to relocate the vent away from my roof, straighten the ductwork that leads to the roof, and install a smaller motor. That's all I have to say.
Okay, can you do me one favor and email that letter in?
To info at.
To info at, you can copy me as well, just so I have all the dates and everything that you so well document.
Sure.
So we have it. Okay, great.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry that we were taking a step forward, I thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll make it short and sweet. Thank you. By the way, your service does not go unappreciated. Yeah, I'm here to support Tom.
Start with the name.
Oh, I'm Gary Onsom. I live at 114 Perry Street. Here to support Tom in his concerns. They apparently have tried to make steps going forward, but it's not sufficient. It's not just Tom. There's other folks in the quadrangle that have the same issue. That's something I understand. It's a financial burden on them, and it's going to take some time. But what bothers me is the things that they can take care of, like turning it off at 11, and they give us the 10,000-mile stare. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. that is something that is much more under their control, and they seem to be slack. That's
Did they?
basically it. They could be just better neighbors, I guess, and a little more accommodating. The fan apparently the vent has 7 turns in it. If I haven't
Right,
seen it,
yeah.
but I
I
understand
mean, that I remember them saying was a whole financial problem that may not, but I think they were supposed to put it down to half speed or something, so it wasn't making, or I forget the exact percentage, it wasn't making as much noise and it would cool down faster. Carter, I don't know, I thought you knew.
Yeah, it's
Something was supposed to happen with that so they could turn it off and then it would be done by 11, but it's not happening.
No.
Okay.
Another issue, smaller, but no less important. There's probably a couple tables, I'm thinking 3, that on the south side, because they've expanded their footprint considerably. There's a tree there that's making it a pinch point. And they're actually pretty good at not creeping out.
I sort
during
of, that's part of why I was okay with just kind of waiving them, because look, nobody's perfect. I mean, but they did seem to not be doing what they were doing before by any stretch from my eyes when I walked by.
Exactly, yeah. It's just there's 3 tables that are just problematic, but that's not the huge.
All right, so thanks for, anybody else? No, you're not speaking on this one. Okay.
I'd like to say that live on Perry Street side, so we're not as close.
Right.
So we're fortunate enough to not hear it as it's probably because of the vent system that we hear from Latau that blocks.
Right. Okay, so let me just figure out what we're going to do about it, and we'll talk in business session and see. But thanks for coming and for waiting. Yeah, sure. Nora, what are you here for? Come on up to the microphone. Just before you all leave, let me just say this so you can start spreading the word to people. When our calendar comes out, please look at the municipal expansions. I am waiving them. I'm not looking at every single table. If we haven't gotten to, that's what the outdoor dining working group is doing. We cannot look at every single table on this committee. They have to be in compliance if the outdoor dining working group is asking them to make modifications and to do things. I cannot rehear all 300 applications or anything else. So if there's a situation where somebody continues to be egregious, we really need them called in, it's not off by a table, something like that. As soon as you see it on our calendar, please email me or email the office, copy me, because I'm as you've been seeing, we've been waiving them, and that's what we said we were going to do if they agree to close at 10 o'clock and we don't know about problems. So I need to know ahead of time because I can't do anything once I've done that and it's an hour before the meeting, but I don't want to leave you feeling not heard for the places that have really been a problem for you. So if you can help spread that word, that would just be helpful because, The municipal, so the sidewalk seating, the roadbed seating, because they have to file the alteration for their liquor license for that. And we've been trying to not rehear them all because they're hearing them at the outdoor dining working group. And the compliance is really with DOT unless they've been having a lot of liquor license problems and things like that. Because you can't expect the liquor authority to be adjudicating every one of these things because people's tables aren't quite in compliance and things. So I was just saying that so everybody knows. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Norma Cote.
Thank you.
And I live facing Greenwich Street in the corner of Greenwich and Bank.
Okay.
And I have occasion to go past the Left Bank restaurant frequently because there's a supermarket down below it that I patronize. I'm here on an issue of public interest and whether it is in the public interest for this restaurant to be operating in the street and putting more people in that location to be traveling on the street, because the sidewalk is extremely narrow. Just above the frontage of that restaurant, there's a private house with a stoop that goes out into the sidewalk, and opposite that is a tree pit, so that the passageway there to get even to the corner of the outdoor restaurant is about 3 feet wide. And there's another obstruction just opposite the roadway cafe, and that is on the sidewalk where the restaurant has a stairway going down into the basement, but there's no hatch covering the opening, so they have a railing around the opening that further constricts the sidewalk. And my point is that anything that adds congestion to the sidewalk at that location is going to put even more strain on the ability of the public to go past. The other thing is that the door to the restaurant from which they're going to be serving this outdoor operation is on the corner, but the roadway setup is about 30 feet north of that on Greenwich Street. And when the applicant appeared before the outdoor dining group, they said they would solve that problem by using one of the side doors. There are side doors that face Greenwich Street, right opposite the roadway setup. And they said they would use that for service, but they have not been doing that since they set up their operation, which was after they appeared before the outdoor dining committee. They have not apparently been using it. There are still tables and chairs. You can see through the window in the door, right in front of the door, so they can't be using it. And I don't think they even have hardware like a doorknob on the door, so that they would have been using to serve. So apparently they are not solving the problem that way, and it impacts the public to have to share a narrow sidewalk with the wait staff going back and forth.
I know.
And that's all I have to say.
Okay, great, thank you, and sorry to make you wait all night for that. Okay, and then I think that's it. Dante Elizabeth Street, they're re-notified us. I'm just putting that out there. And then we waived, no, but they just sent us the notice, and there's no reason to hold it over, so I'm just saying they re-notified us, so one committee hears that. Deviled Foods LLC and S&J Hospitality is due west, as we just heard. I waived them. I'll see if I can add, maybe we'll talk about it. Take Me to the River 22 LLC, doing business as Pearl, 22 Greenwich Avenue, sign stips, and we wait for the outside. This is all for outside sidewalk. Waive that. Naive Melody, 24 LLC, doing business as Marianne's at 24 Greenwich. I waived that. Both of those, they spoke to the Block Association and are closing at 10, and that was fine. Newstead Restaurant, doing business as Left Bank at 117 Perry. That was for the roadway. That, and then Giuliani Group as Lilico Stories of Georgia at 80 Carmine Street for the sidewalk, and we waived that. That's it. Yeah, anybody want a break? We're done with that. What else did I miss? Not really. So I spent the day, a very long day, up at the Liquor Authority for the 609 paddle, which that rooftop paddle thing for the third or fourth time up there, and then Broome Street Bar for their sidewalk because they wouldn't agree to close at 10, and I keep forgetting the other one was Broome Street. Yeah, I know. No, the Great Jones Distillery was the other one, and so for 609 paddle, that application evolved so that they used to have a fee for the restaurant. It's a private members club. The restaurant is supposed to be a public restaurant. They were charging a fee. You paid the fee to go to the restaurant. You got no services. Then during the meeting yesterday, you were able to get some spa services, but not the full spa services, and certainly not the paddle court. And then you were, yes, you could get the massage. That was it. And then you paid to eat at the restaurant. Then it evolved further so that they removed the fee for accessing the restaurant, and they also removed the ability to get any of the services because now it was just a public restaurant with no fee. And then they put times, and there's no service of alcohol on the roof, and the paddle courts, the two enclosed paddle courts can operate between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., and the exterior paddle court can operate between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Lights out have to happen a half hour after the courts close, and the restaurant closes at 12. They will probably come back if the law changes to allow for a for-profit members club to be able to get a liquor license. They will probably reapply, and we're told they will have to come and deal with the community board and the members of the public if they do that. It's on, is it Clarkson and Greenwich, Washington?
A lot of people opposing it.
A ton of people oppose it. Yes, yeah, it's right behind. We have the other club, we have the second club, right. It's further. I think it's open. It was, I thought it was. If it's there. The paddle court's going up, there's a big wall that you've seen. It's bad. Oh, yeah, he tried to say that. According to the resolution, and when they came to us, they were putting 40 seats on the sidewalk and 40 seats in the roadbed. It's 32 seats in the roadbed and 40 seats in the sidewalk.
All on West Broadway?
All on West Broadway, and we asked them, we didn't ask them to reduce any seating, we just asked them to close at 10 o'clock, at which they wouldn't agree to. They were rude with us. They've been to the outdoor dining working group twice and were extremely problematic in both of those meetings. And so they, and I walked by.
One of the meetings.
They were asked to leave one of the meetings, yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
That-
no,
those
there's
guys, that's
that.
a first.
That is bad.
I
Yeah.
remember that happened.
And then I had gone by and the liquor authority did their own little investigation of how they were operating. And I had gone by and taken pictures, and they had nothing was in the roadbed except for their service bus stations. And the sidewalk was set up. They were serving outside the sidewalk, so they had pictures of that. And we asked for them to be brought down to 10 o'clock. They got 10:30. I think there were a number of letters that were written in pro and con.
They-
Well, they had a ton of, well, no, they didn't come. So at our meeting, the SLA one meeting, something, 23 people came and spoke in favor. I mean, they did.
Nevertheless, but the big
outreach,
point was
but the big
that
point
what
was-
you said to them was, we're asking all people to close at 10
10.
o'clock unless they had something later, so we can figure out what's going
Right.
on. And they supported, they supported that
Yeah.
argument and said, you know what? There were actually 3 separate votes, which means it would not have carried, and they would not
Yeah.
have been able to be
Yeah.
approved by the 3 different members. And one of the commissioners came down to 10:30. And they may both have.
No,
And then
no,
just, okay.
he said 11. Yeah, one said 10, one said 11.
No, that's right.
Then
So-
one said
so
10:30, so the one
Commissioner
who was at
DeLeon stayed
11,
at
he
10.
stayed at 10, he didn't.
And the
stay
one at
till
11
10.
came back to 10:30, and so that's why it's loud. But that was really, that was an accommodation, I think, to the many letters of support, including the electeds,
Right.
but Lily Fan, I'm paraphrasing, said, because the attorney challenged, said, oh, this is what the city wants, and she said, well, we've told the city, we're not necessarily gonna follow what the city does, so good luck.
Yeah.
And we'll figure it out up here. And that was many, many months ago, anticipating this issue, and so it's the first case that's gone up
That's
there,
gone up there for that.
so.
So we'll see.
Outdoor
hours.
But after hours,
Yeah,
but they
that
never.
was well done, you did a
Thank you.
great job on that.
And then the distillery,
Oh, I just want to ask, who was the attorney for them, for the paddle, and
for the paddle,
yeah.
Donald Bernstein.
You don't remember
No,
that?
no, I do, but this is the thing, right?
It'd be worth watching. It
But
was,
it's worth the fact that they deliver that message to Dom.
Don't you remember he said that the 500-foot rule didn't apply because they were on the 9th floor?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And then, just to quickly, the distillery,
the distillery, they did the same thing they've done at every one of our meetings. What?
oh yeah, no, go ahead.
What we, and any.
This is the one on Broadway?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you probably have something, anyway, with all the stipulations, there are 25 stipulations that we had said, should they go forward with this, these are the 25. Go
But they
ahead.
wanted other things, and she started giving them less.
Yeah, she.
And she said, maybe you should go out in the
Yeah,
hallway,
yeah.
because it ended up taking a lot of time, maybe you should go out in the hallway and
They
talk
went out,
about it. And they came back and agreed to everything that we had suggested, because I think they were afraid of what was gonna be.
What is their,
Oh.
what's the issue?
They wanted a full premise license, which would enable them to serve all kinds of alcohol, like any
Yeah,
brand of
so
alcohol.
so they have a license.
Oh, they have a unique
Which
license,
is
right? Yeah.
because they're a distillery, so they are able to do whatever they have an open license, but it has to be all New York State products. And so their argument, and but the key thing is that they're owned by Proximo Spirits, which is a major distillery, does Jose Cuervo, everything else. And, or a bunch of other brands, and some of the local distilleries said, hey, whoa, wait a second, that's not quite right.
Yeah.
And so there are a number of overlapping issues, and they're also a huge space.
I was
They
gonna
wanted
say,
to stay open until.
Still in business,
They
there's
bought-
never
right,
anyone in
right,
there.
and
Never.
Well,
that's the
that
problem.
was the fear, is that by expanding this license and staying open till 2,
Yeah.
that it would
And
just
doing
become
results for
another
the whole country,
monster
because they couldn't, you know,
space. And one thing, if they were able to serve all the other alcohols, if they kept to what they had been doing, and that's what they agreed to, so they will.
That application was like 10 years ago.
Well, it started a long time ago.
That was their big, shindig.
Well,
that all
they
this,
would have
liquor,
this.
you're doing the liquor, and you know
They
what's
would have
going
had
on?
what they have now if they had simply agreed to close their windows
Yeah.
above the ground floor.
Right, I remember that.
And they
It's like so-
said no, and we said, you know what, that's like the like, we worked so
They-
hard on
and
it,
that's, and then
and
when
they
they
didn't
came
wanna
back
do
this
it.
time, when they came back this time,
Kind of crazy.
we worked
It's
so
like 10
hard on
years ago.
it. But,
That was a long time ago.
and then,
Yeah.
so when they came back in 2024, it was the same thing. They came to the committee twice. They kept redlining stipulations. They kept only this, only this. And I will say, when they were up there and the one commissioner was trying to do some, and what we had put in our stipulations was they could be open for private events till 2 o'clock, 12 times. They have 52, so 40.
We accommodated them.
We accommodated them, and the one commissioner was saying to me, "So you're okay?" I said, "We're not okay with 52 events. We were trying to reach a negotiation." So he looked at them and he said, well, and he's really pretty much, he's very pro businesses, and he looked at them and he said, "Would you agree to close all your events, those 12 events, would you agree to close those at 12 AM? And they said no. So I mean, I think the commissioners sort of saw, and that's why Chair Ban was trying to say, you might want to go talk to, because at that point, they saw what, I think they saw what we sort of.
Because we were trying to accommodate them with the big buyouts, if they could get them.
Yeah.
You know, so that they could make the
Yeah.
appropriate money.
Fat
But
chicks,
we
people are
didn't,
gonna go there, it's
Well,
that place.
It's.
but we didn't want to ongoing, you know, till 2 AM and you know, every night. And also, just to your point, it seemed that they were pushing way too much emphasis to the later end, which I think gave a lot of concerns to the residents, because we know that we're going to have more applications, which we've seen on SLA one along the line. But yeah, we have a lot of other stuff coming in, but you can't accommodate a bunch of other late night, big, huge places.
Yeah.
You know, because that really adds a lot of,
It's too much pressure.
yeah.
Okay, but shall we
Okay,
do it
business session, is everybody okay?
at 7?
We,
You're
if you want to
seven?
break off,
Bob, do you want to break?
I'll survive. You don't know how long.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so there's 7, we started with 6. So. Okay, so the first one was, the Xandra Cabin. No alcohol.
He wants to serve waffles.
No alcohol before 11 AM. Before 11 AM. And everything else remains, they're gonna open it at 7 AM. And otherwise, everything's the same, or we deny unless?
Yes.
Okay. The second one is the.
Thai
place. The 28 7th Avenue, the Thai place.
Right, C6. Yes.
Are we okay
Oh, yeah.
with
Yeah.
that?
Well, I beg them to.
Yeah.
Bob's gonna be the first customer.
I'm gonna go with you, Bob.
We're so desperate for Thai food.
I know.
You're like,
Okay, then the next one is, so now we're up to 7 people. The next one is, the 37 Hospitality Group,
Right,
which is the one on Christopher Street, that's,
item C3.
no private parties,
no private parties.
no other staff or patron use of that back door.
The back door is what I have to do, yeah.
By the way, I expect all of those people who are really upset about garbage pickup at 10:30 to remember that next time a West 8th Street thing is on.
There we go. The door's closed at all times, there's no outside seating, no changes, no operable, so we're denying less on that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 7 of us. Okay. The next one is the Slicehaus, so we're back to, get the regular bathroom resolutions.
So what did they do? Are they coming back?
They're not coming back.
No.
Which one?
Slicehaus.
The bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, actually.
Well, they did because it had information that was, like.
They had the social security numbers and everything, it was in the drive at one point, and I took out a bunch of papers, because it was all, they had too much personal
So what
information,
are they gonna do?
passports.
Are they gonna?
Does anybody have a
Sorry,
card or?
I pulled up, I mean, there are some other cases, you know, that they've actually, at the liquor authority, they've spoken extensively about bathrooms, and there's a real intent there. And, you know, there's another case where there weren't enough bathrooms in a big place. In this case, it's like relying on a business next door. The intent of the rule is to waive. If you have an old place and you just have one bathroom and, you know, the law is you're supposed to have a bathroom for each sex.
Right.
So there's a 2-bathroom minimum rule. So there's a waiver for 1 bathroom. It's often, in our community, we see it all the time. They get a waiver. And the waiver of proximity is meant like, the example I use, like if you're out of the Rockaways at one of the beach pavilions and they have a shared bathroom that's run by the city, as long as that bathroom is open, for the hours of when the food is, you can apply and you'll get a waiver and you can use those bathrooms.
I think I was on the food hall down on Pearl Street today. There's a common path.
Yeah, so, right, so if you've got a food hall, the same type of thing, even though they license each individual business. And we had a case, that was on Penmare, I think, where we had a pizzeria that wanted to use the bathroom of a restaurant 2 doors down. Frank was the attorney. I don't know if you remember this one, Bob. Do you remember that? It was a long, long time ago. Which one? It's on Kenmare, the one restaurant when we used the other restaurant's bathroom. It's like it was 2 stores over. I mean, but it's just ridiculous because you can't, no owner is gonna say, oh yeah, your customers will all come in and use our bathroom. And then it becomes all dependent on these other things. But more importantly, we always talk about a lack of public bathrooms over so many years that's come up. If you can't provide that basic lowest level of service that people shouldn't have.
The business
liquor
owner
license.
was able to provide a bathroom. Nothing to do with the age of the building or the.
No, it's their configuration of how they're putting in their pizza.
So they brought up another case, but this one though too was the other pizza spot on Christopher Street that doesn't have seats.
No,
It's supposed to have seats.
No, the one they brought up,
No, that was last time.
oh, last time, yeah.
Well,
With
this
the no
time they
seats.
brought up
With the no
seats.
seats.
And that was where their chef had
Right,
previously
right,
worked.
right, that's that other
And then
one.
this time was the one around the corner.
No, this time
Oh,
was
was it
the
different?
one, our sandwich shop on
Yeah, the-
Seventh Avenue.
No, right, the bathroom around the corner.
Yeah.
No, but that
yeah.
was also, they asked, it's a bathroom in the same building, you just have to walk half a block to get around, to go around the corner to get to the. But the SLA agreed with us and was requiring them to put in a bathroom. In this case, they could have designed their kitchen counter differently and had it go a long way, and they didn't, so.
The
you
other,
know.
what I really sort of don't understand, that my dogs understand this, but first they had to put seats in that they weren't intending to put in, because it's primarily a takeout place. They keep saying it's primarily a takeout place, and now they're having a bathroom problem, primarily a takeout place. All of this to be able to serve a can or two of beer and wine, it just.
Well, they said something that was very interesting and that I also had an issue with, and I didn't raise it with them. But the point of an on-premise beer and wine license is to serve your patrons in the establishment. You have a capability to sell beer to go. That's included with any liquor license. But it is not the intent. If they want to sell stuff to go, they should get a proper to-go license if they're not gonna have consumption on the premise. And
And that's what they keep saying in the emails. They keep saying it's primarily, I put them in there, the attorney said they have a small seating, but it's primarily for to go. It's all, that's what their whole.
I'm wondering if there's a stipulation in the law that if it's for service in an establishment, does the proprietor have to serve an open container?
Yes.
Or can you sell by the can and leave it sealed so they can
No,
walk out
you
and?
can. And you'll see that upstate. You have a lot of restaurants that'll have a package store in the back. And so you can go buy a case of beer or whatever and take to go. It's usually a little more expensive because I don't think that they're able to allow the price differently. But that is something that does
But what
happen
about
in
the
New York.
wine? The beer, yes, but what about?
So the wine, you can take away after you've consumed a portion of it. It has to be corked. And it has to be put into a sealed container, which has plastic or paper bag stapled is considered a sealed container. You can take that unconsumed wine with you. But you cannot sell, at this point, you cannot sell a whole bottle. They tried to change that during COVID, but all of the wine shops were able to stop that because they
So
said.
what about these selling
We're
cans?
talking about little cans of wine.
No, yeah, I mean, the little cans of wine, that would be under the drinks to go provision. Because it's a single serving. And they're allowed to sell single servings on the to go provision. You can sell any canned beer that's closed to go, that's already included, but if you wanted to sell a can of wine, I think it would be under the single serving provision. But you couldn't sell a bigger bottle.
Right.
It's like really technical, right, all of it, but
Right,
that's
yeah.
taken forever to figure that out, but that came up so much during COVID, that's where we.
Confirm that.
Okay,
So
well,
what-
there's nothing technical or ambiguous
So
about
are we
the
denied
bathroom.
on
They
this?
That's right.
have to have
Yeah.
a
Right.
public bathroom.
Brian, ultimately, the thing is this, it's like, they're doing all this just because they don't wanna change the blueprint of how they set up the space.
That's right.
Cause the previous occupant had an accessible bathroom. They have created, as Carter said in the thing.
I
This
think
is
they had a
self-evident
path to
problem.
the bathroom, if
Right.
that's what you mean, because
This
it
is-
was, it's too small to be accessible.
You know, this is a
No, you're right.
self-created problem.
Right.
And the previous operator was able to provide access, I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I mean,
So we're
there's really
denying-
no excuse.
Yeah.
But we do, this is a problem, as everybody knows, is we transition all of our small retail spaces to eating and drinking establishments. Most of them that are the long deep ones, the bathrooms are in the back corner. And that's because they're always the staff.
Or they're down
bathrooms.
in the basement.
Hair salon, barber shop, and also there was a pork store there in 1978. It was not a restaurant.
Okay, happy cooking, Joseph Leonard.
They just said something, you, the last time I saw Gabe Stoneman, earlier in the good weather, he was standing on the corner of Christopher and Waverly, drinking a glass of wine with two people who he had served wine to. And when I tried to take his picture, he approached me in an intimidating way and said, "Oh, I can drink wine and I can serve wine to my friends because I make so much money for the city." I'm sorry, Joe.
Oh, he's
It's essentially the message. I mean, he took about 10
exempted
minutes on
from the
that.
law because he's.
So are we, we have the alteration on the inside, the alteration on the outside. Are we okay with the alteration on the inside?
Yeah.
Wait, which one are we at now?
Happy cooking, Joseph Leonard.
Happy cooking.
E2. So everybody is okay with the alteration on the inside?
Yes.
I think Joseph Leonard is in need of an alteration, so, okay. So then we have, the outside.
He's gonna remove the planters.
And he's gonna move that thing from 5 feet from the doorway.
So I think-
Waverly? Are you talking about on Waverly?
On Waverly, yeah.
I think he's losing the table on Waverly.
Oh, he's losing one table, he's losing both tables,
But I think that the doorway and the planter thing, we should make sure.
I have a hard time agreeing at 12 o'clock.
Well, I mean, I would, we have been very consistent with not doing that. If we do that
I'm not doing it.
here, then I think there's a problem.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
Well, I'm just trying, but I mean, if I, okay, but I can't just say. If. Are we gonna go into the tables or are we
Well,
just?
you should, if the whole thing is gonna, if it's gonna be a recommendation of that, because that one table should not be by the front entrance of the other house. You know, but, and you have to explain the reason why they got that, or we assume they got that from the city, was because the diagram didn't show the front entrance.
That's right.
You know.
Diagram is
Well, but
incomplete.
I just said, so what we typically. The argument for that, I mean, is this the right argument to make through this committee? Because when it gets to the liquor authority, we heard. Very clearly yesterday when they were talking about, the rules, they said, look, the city rules are the city rules. You know, sometimes they fall in your favor and sometimes they don't when you're at the liquor authority, meaning that, you know, whatever it is. So for example, the liquor authority doesn't consider DOB regulations, certificates of occupancy anymore in the issuance of a license. And they said, okay, so that falls in your favor, because you're not gonna say, oh, don't do that. But then, you know, you try to argue the other way. Oh, you do get it, so you do get this, but this is a technical matter. That the liquor authority is not in a position to weigh in on. And so it becomes, is this really the right avenue? And I just bring this up because if this did get to the liquor authority, they're gonna, it's kind of like say, look, why didn't you go to DOT? Because if they left it out on the diagram, DOT, it's a self-certified diagram. If they didn't put the entrance in, you should be saying that to DOT. So I just,
Motion.
We can't relitigate all these issues through this committee for one table and two chairs.
It all depends,
That's right.
it all depends on how you phrase it.
I
mean,
Yeah,
Well,
no,
no, I
I
think, it's a good point. If it doesn't pass muster with the outdoor dining, then that needs to be recorded. I mean,
Look,
we
if
have
you
to
wanna
work
go sit down and look at the record of the 300 applications we've heard and feed that information to me, that's fine, but I don't,
no,
I
isn't
don't
that
have
fed
that
to us?
information. I don't.
Isn't that fed to us in some way?
Go look
Wow.
it up. So,
Okay, well,
and I don't know.
we're not
if
getting
if
that.
we're-
Okay,
So
I don't
either
understand
way,
what Donna's question is.
what my question is, okay, so basically he would not agree to close at 10, 7 days a week.
Right.
That's what we've been asking of everybody. We've been consistent with that. There are two things I think this committee, we haven't been bickering over tables and chairs, and it's two things the only reasons we've been denying anything. It's a 10 o'clock closing for people that didn't prearrange stipulations or have something
Right.
before, and less than 3 feet.
Right.
Less
Okay.
than 3 feet on the sidewalk. If they're saying it fits, if it's 4 feet, if it's 3.5 feet, just like it is what it is, they can figure it out. But the 3 feet was the ADA compliance.
And did he have an ADA issue with this one? I know he did it the other.
This one, he did not have an ADA.
Right, so this one is
I
about
mean, it's
the hour.
questionable, it's moving the planters and everything, but it's,
So let's just step back for 1 second, right?
Go
You
ahead,
have 3 applications,
yeah,
pretty much complicating all the same.
Right.
Same thing.
So one of them had a sidewalk cafe before, and the other 2 did not.
Are you sure of that? Because Rezo said something, but I looked on Google Maps after we spoke and I didn't see one, and I
which one?
asked Leslie,
Okay.
and all of them were in R6.
Yeah, there wasn't.
They were all
I thought that
There was some reso that said there may be a sidewalk
I
cafe.
just looked at the
Right.
Google Maps, there was no,
There
at any of
wasn't.
these places, there
No.
was no sidewalk cafe.
I didn't see one either, so I think.
Right, and I thought that at the,
Just go back and look at Google Maps, you'll see
Yeah, I think
it.
it's
10 years
the
prior,
Africa
it was like 0. And then the sidewalk too narrow.
Yeah, see, I think it was Jeffrey's or something that we thought maybe there was, but I wrote on here no sidewalk in past on Google Maps, and.
right here, it's just.
What type of how to do this? So. Dating trip on Google Maps. And there's always been all the planters.
Just saying, it's like these particular locations and these narrow sidewalks that are an area where if all hell will break loose, if people have seating it everywhere in that whole area.
And
it's
even,
like
and
crazy.
what Leslie also said, Carter, when I called her this afternoon, because at first she wasn't sure they were all R6, and she said they couldn't have it before also because once you put the 8 feet in, they're all narrow sidewalks and there was a mandatory service aisle, it got rid of it. But
Yeah, so it was at Joseph Leonard.
and do you see any sidewalks on Google Maps?
It was a historic PCA plan.
Yep.
That was.
But we had that happen, we had that happen on that one on West Fourth and 12th. We had the plan and then they couldn't do it because it was in R6, so I just wanna. Well, there's no question that the 10 o'clock is a problem. No, but it would just like to, I think it is good to know, because if they did have something before, we can't say that. You know what I'm saying? That's why we need to have that, because we have been, aside from human error, you know, we've been very consistent with that, and I don't wanna go up there because that is Broomsteed said we approved these other, they actually said we approved Town Hall that same day.
Yep.
No, but do you see any?
I'll tell you what's.
Cause I don't wanna make a mistake on that. Plus, it was fascinating for me to look at Waverly Place and how it. Between these two, I mean, I'd walk it, but looking at the addresses and seeing 170 and 172 and having them be patty corner from each other on,
I'll go back all the way to 2009, there's no sidewalk.
yeah.
Burn just what it's on. I've been here for a long time, there's no.
I don't remember them. I used to walk by.
Yeah, no.
By work. I don't
No,
remember.
benches, they had benches.
and they
Yeah.
stuck some random chairs by the building in this one picture.
Oh, Jeffries used to have a bench.
But I don't, I
Concrete
don't,
bench.
So there was one that was approved for, like, the government a long time ago.
Look at 2009, 2011.
No, no,
There's out there, it was like a bench that you could sit on.
okay, so are we pretty,
Yeah.
Yep.
They got approval from DOT on it, but yeah. But it wasn't for Jeffries, you're right.
okay, so they didn't have it, so,
10 a.m., 10 p.m.
okay, so Happy Cooking, Joseph Leonard, 170 Waverly, we're denying it because they won't agree to.
Well, let me,
On 10, I do find this argument kind of compelling of like their peak is 8 and 8:30, but they can't see anything.
And it was a
Ten
tenant like,
upstairs to sleep.
right, and that's sort of the.
We've just
acceptable-
landed on people go to bed at 10.
no,
No.
the issue was that the impacts are after 10. And what we had is all these places suddenly can be outside. So if you didn't have them before,
Right.
suddenly you have a whole, like here,
Yeah.
you have a whole circle zone that's predominantly residential.
Right.
That suddenly has all this, outdoor seating outside.
Right, so there's. more
And we
noise
didn't
outside.
know who's being approved, who's not. We had to go through all this process. So the reason we arrived on 10 was boom, you can go get it and we're done. And then you can come back to us and you can adjust your hours.
Wait, sorry,
down.
but why 10?
What,
10 o'clock is because 10 o'clock was.
What happens with,
Like, where did?
No,
Well,
10
10 o'clock
o'clock-
is long established for what reason? Because they've been
It's-
calling it on the SLA.
10 is
Movie
the
shoot
down
or
time,
downtime?
it's like all these different issues, right?
is what happens is,
All your life.
what happens is when
Yeah.
people start to drink,
Bedtimes.
No, but
okay,
it really
the
is
later
the-
it gets,
the
the
known-
louder it gets.
But it's a
Instead of
known time
9,
because
10,
we keep saying
11,
this,
it's
Lily
10,
Dan keeps
1,
saying it up at the SLA,
That's
that that is the known sound time for quality.
I just
So-
wondered
so
where
the-
we kept getting
That's
10, like it did.
thing that- The thing was that we said,
So
okay,
good point,
this
because
can
I-
be reevaluated,
Yeah,
after we
push it.
figure out all the places that get it, don't get it, because it's 2 feet or 1 feet or 3 feet or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
That can knock out places, or you have a roadbed, and, you know, have all this stuff. And so the idea was, how is this impacting places that previously could not have outdoor dining? That was the main thing. So this is a whole R district that's surrounded by, there's nowhere that previously could have outdoor dining. So if, you know, and here you have a row of potential places that could have seating outside, how many are there? Is it a whole thing?
Yeah.
What's it gonna be?
Yeah.
And we have this case in a few places, and this is an example of one of them where you can have a whole bunch in a row, you know, potentially, and the idea was to figure out, okay, what's gonna be the impacts here? And it still allows them to move forward. But I think that yesterday, with the first case at the liquor authority, they said, yeah, we get it, because these were never considered under the first, when these licenses first applied, and let's see where it lands. We just need to get this, they also have to process everything. So if you start calling everything up there, you know, there's a limited patience, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
But I also think that once, you know, as an example of this, is that most of these places didn't have outdoor seating before, so you figure out, what can you do? What's the impact? And some places style is much more quiet, some are louder.
Yeah.
Like we heard an application from Pascal Jones, same noise issues 9 years later, you know, for the people in the building, simply because that's their style of how they run their restaurant. And, you know, that's one type of impact, but if you have a quieter restaurant, never have.
Well, I mean, I
that
sort of get it
impact,
more,
so-
like Pascal Jones has how many tables outside?
No, but this was for the inside.
I want
So the
to,
apartments above.
thank you, by the way, for explaining the 10 o'clock thing, because I've long felt it should be 8 o'clock, and now it says. I don't know why
So-
people laugh when I say that. I'm completely sincere.
Sure. So,
8 o'clock is early.
So he's going to remove the planters, he'll.
but I'm not,
What about the hostess stand?
no, I'm not, Katie, I'm not doing that.
I'm just.
I mean, no, this is what I,
But one of the things that I will say is that I think that it's important for us to have a written agreement. And that this should be handled here. And so if there is, whatever it is, I didn't find, I mean, the last serving is marginally compelling, but people can also eat a little bit faster at that time. And if that's consistent, but I do think it's better to have a written agreement
Yeah.
where than going up to constantly argue these things. I don't think that's in anybody's interest. But I think we also heard that from Gabe as well, because he said, I think his attorney, who was the attorney for the other folks, advised him on what happened. And so I think everybody knows, you just want to move along.
So what is that?
Well, it means that, we really have to take to heart that we reconsider these applications in the future.
I
on the timing.
take that,
Okay, I'm just bringing it
No,
up.
I think it would be
that
really
that's-
good to see everybody open and actually see how because some places that were nightmare before are actually perfectly fine under the new program and
Yeah,
everything.
no,
So,
yeah,
no, but I take what you're saying, that we can't just say they can come back and we don't actually evaluate it when they come back. We have to.
It's for places that are minor dining and not a lot of drinking and
It's
a
fine.
few tables and seats outside, doesn't make that much of an impact. But you only know that after we've
After they
seen
open.
who gets everything on the wall.
Right, we had a full cycle at least. Right. It's like, we just need to go through. Anyway, so are we deny on this? Do I send something to them that just says we're just keeping our position? That
Yeah, I think that you should let him know because I think that Gabe's been engaging with us as you pointed out, for 16 years. And we don't want to have a bad relationship
No.
with them, but we should say that we're consistent with this until we're able to evaluate this later on any later hours. And
Right, but it's not just about the hours, it's about the space too. Right?
No, again, I think that that's something that has to do with DOT. That's not.
Well, no,
That's
and I'm
not
just
what
gonna
we're
say
really-
what the stipulations say when people do agree to 10, is that they're gonna abide by the rules. They don't have the host stands.
Right.
They serve from within the sidewalk cafe or the roadbed. They follow all clearances and ADA.
But how would
thing.
they possibly be able to do that?
That's their this is what I'm saying. If we are going to sit here and micromanage each one of these, how are we, they're just supposed to do it. If DOT is approving it, how many, that put in a smaller table. Get wait staff that knows how to walk through and carry, I
And
don't
we
know.
heard from Gabe on that, who said, you know what, we went
Get it to
back and
work.
we looked, and we found that a 4-top works better. And whatever that spot was. But honestly, guys, we're really looking at a table and 2 chairs, a table and 4 chairs. These are minimal impacts. And most of these, if the DOT is going to enforce the clear path requirements, the noise levels, what we're talking about, Broom Street Bar, 70 seats outside, 60 seats outside, that's a real impact. Many of our small restaurants, this is the difference between them making it or not making it outside, because people can see them, they're part of, people in the neighborhood. But these are not, Gabe's places, most of the people are eating there, pretty sure, pretty close by during the week, a little later in the evening. It's not, everybody wants to sit outside right now this week,
Right, I
and
guess
go.
that-
So there's a
Isn't that-
balance
isn't
point
that
we have to find, and a restaurant's not gonna seat somebody at 10.
Right, but are we ignoring the handicap? We're just ignoring it.
No,
we're not.
we brought it all up in all the DOT things, our feedback, all say that.
So
To me, that's just like, it's impossible to do it at that location. To follow the rules, as you guys say, okay?
they can put a wheelchair at the first
What do we
table,
agree upon?
they can put a wheelchair at the first table. If it's 36 inches wide,
Okay, that's one table. but
that's all they
not-
have to do, 5%. The whole place doesn't need to be.
So the issue that we found on
So you can only-
SLA one.
if you're
I mean-
disabled, you can only sit at the one table, that's it.
But there's a larger argument.
I'm just saying.
No, right, but
So one of the things that
been
we
trying-
found on Monday when we were talking about this, right, the access, all these things, so.
Yeah.
We have a lot of waivers that people are looking for and step up, step downs, which is immediately against the rules of the new outdoor dining rules. Crystal clear.
Yeah,
Right?
okay, all right, I got it.
The access part is a little less clear because there's been no determinative outcome. And we even discussed, like with Finelli's on their raised platform, there's no railing. If you want to use it, put a railing in or put something, like you can't have a drop off and like the
Yeah.
people sitting there. But nobody has come up with any guidance. Imagine, at what point do you need to have a railing? If you had a loading dock and you wanted to have seating outside there and they gave you a waiver and you had no railing, I mean, it's just kind of a little crazy that we don't have anything. But in these cases, they're at level. You could open up the side to allow access. The only things that we've really taken issue of, they're less than 36 inches in the seating area. But the city is also seems to be saying that retractable stanchions can be used as a barrier for a sidewalk cafe. So if you're able to open that, put a wheelchair in and close it again, you still met the requirements. But we've had no guidance, but it's only when it's less than 36 inches that it really starts to be clear.
Because you can't even fit the chair.
Yeah, because you
in
can't
that.
fit
You
the
can't fit the width
wheelchair.
of a chair, and then I get, you know.
So
So,
what are we saying about, Happy Cookie? Are we denying because he's not doing the 10 p.m.?
Well, I think that's what we have to clarify what our issues are on that.
Well, I think what I heard Donna say is that the issue we've consistently taken and made, the issues were the 10 p.m. and you have to meet ADA requirements. That seems to
it
be
has to
those
be
are the issues.
36 inches.
What?
Has to be what?
36 inches.
So
I
if
mean,
you-
I'm defining ADA requirement that way. There
Right.
has to be a 36-inch
Right,
spot.
and if that's sort of what we've been doing, because one of the things that I heard about what worked yesterday was, was that we made a consistent argument, so it feels to me like the argument of consistency is what we're going. So we should be consistent here and do that and not bring in some of these other issues, which if they're not effective with the liquor.
But even, Donna, in your, language about clearances, that would cover the 5 feet for the residential, we're not pointing out.
No, it says they have to,
But-
I'm not, it just says they have to.
So the complaint for that goes to DOT. They didn't fill out their form properly. For us to make that complaint to the liquor authority, they're gonna say, we don't decide that, but they go make your complaint to them. If you come to us with a violation of that, they have a rule at the SLA that they can issue their own violation for a city violation. But, but I do think that less than 36 inches is something that you can bring up to the liquor authority because there is absolutely no room.
Just, Katie, just to answer what the STIPs say
So,
is that we'll follow all rules and regulations of the Dining Out NYC program, including clear path and ADA requirements. So it doesn't say only clear path and ADA requirements. I just highlighted those two because those two are the ones that I think, but they're supposed to follow everything. And in the rules, it's that. And if they change the rules to accommodate sizes of buildings, maybe don't have to be.
My point was, I thought your language was large, broad enough.
Yeah, it covers.
Broad and specific.
Right, I tried to find out, but, so, are we denied?
Yes.
Well, if it's the hours, I think that's,
Yeah.
my point was, I think we should communicate with Gabe and say, look, this is what we've been doing consistently.
Right.
You're welcome to return to the
Right,
committee
right.
at a later date after we've figured out who in the immediate area is applied for this, approved, how many seats there are, what does it look like, and what is the impact? And
Yeah.
I don't think that's,
Yeah, you're just telling me to do some outreach here.
yeah, because, I mean, this is
See
a
if there's any way I
long-time
can
restaurateur that's
constantly-
had, 5, 6
Right, no.
So we're
know,
gonna deny
locations
all
in our
three then,
neighborhood.
on
We
the
don't-
same basis.
Right, so we're denying this one on the 10 p.m. We are,
Denying the next one on 10 p.m. and the 2.9.
the next one being George Marcel,
Yeah.
they have the road bed. And so we're denying everything because of the 10 p.m.
Well, my question is, what if he were to agree to the 10 p.m., as everybody